In one of the rooms of the magic tower, some sectarians were trying to perform their sinister ritual. All these people and many ugly monsters gathered in the center of the room around a huge crystal that was emitting its energy. They continued to chant their strange incantations. Suddenly, their peace was shattered by the swift sword strokes of a hero. With great ease, this warrior destroyed one monster after another. It was Sword Lord Ray Chan, who was obviously on another raid. He led a large group of warriors behind him, over 100 of them. Among them was the gravedigger, George Billmeyer, who was riding on the skeleton of a dead animal. Also present in this company was a charming girl with blonde hair. She shouted loudly that they should all stop performing this ritual immediately. It was Saint Mary Jaeger. Unfortunately, it was too late for our heroes. In the next second, the stone's energy kicked in and it shattered. From that moment on, the level of the tower changed from 12 to 12+. Suddenly, someone else appeared and easily dispersed many of the heroes who had come here. The system informed our heroes that they now had a new raid target for this tower. It was a very powerful boss who was still floating in the air using his magic abilities. His name was Plague Lord, and he was extremely powerful. Without wasting any time, this fearsome anti-hero rushed to attack. With his weapon, he easily killed many of the heroes who came here. Now, the main goal of the raid was to destroy Lord Plague as quickly as possible. Some of them didn't even have time to react, as the Lord's terrifying tentacles attacked them very quickly. There was one young man among them who told himself that he didn't want to die. He was the leader of the guild. He was so frightened that he rushed to run away the next second. His behavior did not go unnoticed by the Lord. Is this foolish mortal trying to run away and find salvation somewhere? Another powerful attack destroyed a large number of heroes. However, there was someone else here. This hero's sword strike left a bright mark in the air, and mana radiated around his body. Everyone who was left alive was happy to see him. It seemed that they had been saved. This young man's name was Hero King, and he is the main character of this manhwa. Without wasting any time, the protagonist rushed to attack. The Plague Lord was not the least bit surprised and prepared to strike back. But the young man easily cut off all of the monster's magical tentacles. The Lord was enraged, ready to tear this upstart apart. In a moment, their weapons would clash, and it was quite unclear who would win. For a while, the entire space around them was hidden behind a shroud of magical swirls. The girl shouted the real name of our hero, Kang Yusong, with all her might. Meanwhile, the two swords made contact, and a bright flash illuminated the surroundings. The Plague Lord was convinced that our hero would die alone, suffocating in the ocean of plague. However, the protagonist replied with a smile that he just didn't want others to see his powers, so he had other plans for that evening. Suddenly, the Plague Lord was stunned. He couldn't believe that the young man was capable of such a thing. And in the next second, a huge pillar of powerful energy hit the monster with great speed. The flash was so bright that many people barely had time to cover their eyes. Suddenly, there was a deathly silence, and everyone looked with bated breath to where the lightning had just struck. And as soon as all the survivors saw our protagonist, they shouted loudly that they had managed to win. There were several salutes in the air, all honoring their savior. However, while the system was informing our hero and others present that they had received new honors and improved their stats, Kang Yusin was given this fight for a reason. He lost all his strength and began to fall to the ground. He thought to himself, once again, our world has gained an extra year of life. We are transported to the city for a big press conference with a huge number of reporters and the best players of this season, including our main character, who has held the top spot for 4 consecutive seasons. He was so popular that even children had toys with his image. Moms and dads stayed glued to their screens to make sure they didn't miss this conference. People on the street were talking about our hero, and some even tried to capitalize on his fame by selling t-shirts with his image on them. The host of the press conference had already finished his speech and turned to our hero to say a few words to the audience. However, the expression on Kang Yusong's face told a different story. Maria began to beg her friend to say something, even if he didn't feel like it. After all, they were on television, so it was worth making a good impression. Geneva, Switzerland, the UN Forum. Everyone froze in anticipation of what our hero would say. Here were the top 10 players of the season. They should have talked about how they heroically risked their lives and made history by saving the world. With a sarcastic smile, the young man stunned everyone with his words. The reporters were distracted from their laptops, and no one could believe what they had just heard. Even St. Mary was stunned. Our hero said that he was only trying to make money. Realizing that he was not being heard, the young man leaned closer to the microphone and repeated once again that he had been interested in nothing but money for a long time. One day the world turned into a game, and everyone saw some strange screens in front of them. Towers of various sizes began to appear everywhere, overshadowing the sky. No one realized what was happening. After a while, monsters began to emerge from these towers. There were so many of them, and they were so bloodthirsty that these creatures killed everyone in their path. Everyone was waiting for the end of the world. This beautiful girl lying on the ground was about to say goodbye to her life. Just as suddenly, someone appeared from the crowd to save her from the impending doom and easily cut off the arm of this sinister monster. Among all the people, there were brave players who set out to fight the ominous monsters. They hunted down these terrible creatures and protected the people. And from that moment on, the world began to live by new rules. Now humans had to deal with a new phenomenon. It was called the tower invasion. This was the moment when monsters began to emerge from the tower in great numbers. But this phenomenon could be prevented by attacking the towers at a certain time interval. That's how players with superhuman strength and the ability to raid towers became the heroes of the new world. Let us go back to the press conference where our hero spoke about a controversial topic. Already in the evening, sitting at his computer, the young man reviewed the tape. He read the comments of people in the forum and was surprised by their harsh language towards him. As the world gradually turned into a game, a community of players formed in the country. This community was called the Players Forum. This is where players can exchange information about raids and trade items. Our hero began corresponding with one of the anonymous participants, who assumed it was him. The reporter insisted on joining his team and wanted to meet him at his front door before the raid season started. Our hero was feeling a bit overheated, so he decided to go out on the balcony and get some fresh air. But even here he could not rest, for a huge crowd of reporters had gathered outside his windows. Kang Yusong walked out of the house, ignoring the camera flashes and questions from the reporters. They were curious to hear his thoughts on the new season. After his comments, all of his merchandise was boycotted around the world. Does he still have the motivation to just make money in the new season? Suddenly, our hero said that all the stars who appear on TV are idiots who only cause problems. Are they capable of anything at all? Our hero held out his hand and said that he was ready to entertain this crowd of gathered reporters. It was very difficult for the reporters to understand this gesture and behavior. But in the next second, the ground beneath their feet shook like a massive earthquake. This was the beginning of a new season. Meanwhile, the towers were being built and were already 96% full. Players can enter active towers after reading the information on the gates below them. The system also said that a dungeon was coming soon and that flying towers would be approaching the ground. You had to be aware of their height. Players had to attack the towers to save the world from destruction. Now our hero could calmly walk forward without stopping to smile, because no one else cared about him anymore. There were Kang Yusin merchandise flyers everywhere. After a while, our hero arrived at his destination. The young man was very surprised because there were not even any rats left. The first day of the season is always so quiet. Most of the rulers were happy to see our hero, but they couldn't stop laughing. The ice ruler, however, chuckled softly and gave our hero his blessing. The young man paid no attention to them, adding that they could go on laughing forever. However, all his actions in the past were not in vain. Today, and then in Geneva, in the UN Hall, he did everything to be rewarded by the enlightened ones who called themselves rulers. They watched the players. The young man received another blessing from the golden and legendary ruler, who continued to laugh hysterically. Over the course of 3 rounds, his luck would increase greatly. All of his titles, unlike his abilities and items, would remain intact after the season was over. He was overjoyed and decided to open the prize. What he saw touched him deeply as he received a legendary item. It was a black cloak with gold trim. This cloak was given to a loyal knight who was in danger from an elf attack during a time of war between the two races. The brave warrior could not suppress his faith and was slain by 1,000 elves. With such a legendary defensive item, abilities, and new heroic level artifacts, our hero was ready to enter the tower. In the next second, the young man teleported away, and the street emptied completely. He appeared in a gloomy and damp room paved with stones on all sides. The dim light of oil lanterns illuminated everything around them. But suddenly, orcs appeared, and there were a huge number of them. Finally, our hero had the opportunity to test his heroic level skill, and he started to create his ice sword, a special weapon that would help him in this battle. After that, Kang Yusong rushed to attack without wasting any time. He quickly swung the sword, and the cold breath gradually affected the monsters. They all froze and didn't have a chance to defend themselves against this magic. Our leader's blows were so powerful and fast that many of those monsters were thrown far away. But those who didn't have time to move were the most unfortunate, as they were frozen in an instant. With a smile, the young man walked past these ice statues, realizing that this battle was over. He was able to increase his level as well as his other stats, which increased by 1 point. His ice sword ability card level had also increased. It was a very good start, as Kang Yusong had just cleared the first floor of monsters. The protagonist entered the second floor. A sad sight appeared in front of his eyes. A large group of orcs were continuing their festive feast, and they were about to spot our hero. Suddenly, everyone began to cheer loudly for the warrior who had come to free them. He will send them to Valhalla. Now they were ready to fight and die with honor. The young man drew his sword from its sheath and declared that they would not have to wait long. Now he would show them what the sky looked like, and then he jumped down, swinging his sword hard. After a while, the protagonist passed a few more floors and found himself in a new place. He was happy that his level was rising. Suddenly, a strange noise caught his attention, and a new system message informed him that guards were blocking the way to their commander's quarters. This time our hero had to fight a special elite squad of orcs. The system informed everyone present that the Iron Ruler had blessed the guards. Rejoicing at such an event, the orcs began to beat their chests with their hands, for the Iron Lord had given them his blessing. Shouting loudly that Valhalla awaited them, they rushed to attack our hero in a fury. The orcs prepared to sing their last song of blood and steel in his honor. Our hero didn't have time to catch his breath and rest, but he took on the fight with a smile. When he fired the first shot, the young man expected it to be like the last time, on the lower levels. But this time, something went wrong. He didn't have time to fully assess the situation, because in the next second, a huge orc descended on him with his powerful blow. Our hero quickly moved to the back of the monster and prepared to attack. Phenomenal speed and a quick strike. Unfortunately, that's what he thought. His weapons didn't do much damage. It was clear to him now that the elite warriors had a resistance to ice chi energy. Pushing off the back of one of the orcs, he grabbed a high chandelier to assess the situation. He needed to deliver a precise and deadly blow as soon as possible, but he didn't have the right skill at the moment. He remembered the day just before he entered this tower, when his equipment seemed to be at the level of a semi-finalist, and all abilities and artifacts were enough to heroically climb the tower. Holding on to the chandelier with one hand, he quickly decides to check his inventory. A young man decides to use an artifact called an ice heart. He's not sure if he can handle it now, as he's never had one before, but he was glad to be able to use it in such a difficult situation. Meanwhile, the orcs below urged him to come down and fight with honor. According to them, others have no right to enter Valhalla. Suddenly, one of these monsters throws his huge axe at our hero. The young man immediately decides to use his artifact, because now is not the time for doubt. The entire room around him quickly filled with the mighty and powerful energy of cold magic. He was able to easily destroy the weapon flying towards him and jump down, as the effects of the equipped ability cards with the ice attribute were now enhanced. Kang Yusong was as if he had been doped. He was overflowing with magic, and all his fatigue was gone. He rejoiced in his beautiful sword. Shouting loudly that everything would end in war anyway, another orc prepared to attack. This time, however, our hero was able to easily withstand the blow, as he was able to activate the ice magic defense that destroyed the iron weapon. He now had the advantage in this battle. Wasting no time, he rushed to attack. One by one, the sinister monsters fell to the ground. Our hero's level was raised, but the battle continued. He still had to fight many more of them. This time, he was attacked by 2 orcs at once, and the young man was able to defend himself from their blows thanks to his sword and ice hand. Unfortunately for the monsters, their attack was unsuccessful and the weapon was immediately destroyed. Before they knew it, our hero had destroyed each of these giant villains with his lightning-fast strikes. Another giant orc flew toward him, and the young man prepared to defend himself. He quickly countered with his sword and threw the big man back with such force that he flew high to the ceiling. Once again, our hero's level was raised. The young man's magic weapon terrified the elite warriors. But they didn't have time to think about it, because he was killing orc after orc, increasing his level each time. One of these monsters didn't even have time to raise his axe before our hero easily destroyed his weapon with his daggers. He thought he was done with this floor as well, but another guard appeared behind him. But since the system was silent, our hero realized with a smile that he seemed to have missed someone. Anticipating another victory, Kang Yusong activated the giant ice mace and prepared to attack. It was now certain that the system was telling him that he had cleared the elite floor. The notifications about the upgrade continued to appear. Our hero received a special reward, a set of randomized ability cards. He also received 1,000 achievement points. Kang Yusong opened the set immediately. What will he get this time? He wanted to know as soon as possible. To his regret, he had received an ordinary ability while he was expecting a legendary level. Still, it was better than nothing. The system informed him that his past had a strong influence on his current ability cards. As the young man walked out of the long corridor, he saw a girl sitting high on a wooden ladder. She greeted him and said she was glad he wasn't dead yet. The young man sarcastically replied that he was sorry too. But the girl said that wasn't what she was talking about. While he's alive, he can sell tons of items, so it's more profitable not to die. This girl was the owner of an automated shop. The girl offered him a set of cards. He would probably get a legendary one, but he didn't believe her. The young man decided to settle for potions of speed and fire. He spent 300 achievement points on them and quickly put these purchases into his inventory. The young saleswoman obviously wanted him to spend more and wouldn't stop begging for another set of cards, but he covered his ears and didn't want to hear the noise. In a moment, Kang Yusong was on the boss's floor. Looks like it's time for the real battle. After covering a long distance in 1 second, the giant boss shouted that our hero should fight with honor and die. The blows of the boss's weapons passed within a centimeter of our hero's body, but the monster's behavior only made the young man smile. This time, he decided to use a fire potion, which he immediately threw at the giant beast. A moment later, the orc's entire body was enveloped in hot tongues of flame, and he cried out in pain. But it was still on its feet and furious beyond belief, ready to tear our hero apart. This boss was also trying to get into Valhalla and was looking for our hero with diligence. But while he was screaming, the young man came up behind him and prepared to strike. With a swift thrust of his weapon, our hero made a huge hole in the orc's body, allowing him to land on the stone floor. It seemed as if this huge beast would collapse to the ground in the next second. The young man was overjoyed, for with the blessing, an ordinary level ability became very useful. Angry growls and incomprehensible sounds were coming out of the monster's mouth. The singer of the blood moon activated the berserk mode. Realizing that it would try to attack him again, he raised a huge magic shield. The boss rushed to attack, and our hero stood calmly behind his shield, waiting for some effect. A huge blow destroyed the defensive structure. However, with a smile on his face, the protagonist started counting backwards, starting from 175. He moved quickly through the room. Meanwhile, the number was decreasing, already 113. Dodging another blow from this evil monster, our hero uttered the number 59. 3, 2, 1. Time's up, the young man announced with a smile. And in the next second, this giant creature of cyclopean proportions was lying on the ground, with our hero standing next to him. The boss floor is cleared. He conquered the Blood Moon Tower with the orcs. You have received a reward for clearing the tower. A set of item cards. The young man also received a special achievement, First Conqueror. He could not believe his eyes and thought it was too good to be true. That's because this set of item cards randomly produces a normal or high-level card with the selected attribute. Without wasting any time, Kang Yusong decided to open a set of ice attribute cards. However, he only got ice arrows. It was a normal card. The young man thought it was a ridiculous game because she was fooling him all the time. Meanwhile, he had reached the tower of the third-level demon worshippers. A large number of new monsters calling our hero pagan rushed to attack. A moment later, the young man used his ice magic skills. He activated ice arrows that struck many of these fearsome creatures. Standing in the center of the ice vortex, he shouted out loud that he really enjoyed pumping out his abilities. All enemies were destroyed. He didn't have long to rejoice, however, as the system informed him that the second game was about to begin. The more fierce monsters with their axes, smiling echidically, prepared to attack. At their appearance, Kang Yusong just exhaled deeply. Swinging his sword, he said that they all had to line up because he was about to send them to hell. His magic took effect immediately, turning many of the monsters into ice statues. After that, he easily shattered them into small pieces with his sword. Once again, his level and the level of the ice arrows were increased. Our hero rejoiced at the system message of an ice sword level increase, which was abruptly replaced by a new message that the tower boss, the demon cult, was about to appear. In the next second, a flying creature with red eyes and a demonic voice said that it would present our hero's blood to the demon king. With a sinister smile, this evil monster ordered his minions to kill our protagonist. However, their attack was unsuccessful as the young man was able to destroy many of them with ease. The boss of the tower also felt our hero's weapon. He was affected by the freezing effect. It was definitely over now. Our hero was happy to come here. He will be able to learn many skills. New notice: the synergy effect of Glacier increases the damage and number of projectiles. With a smile on his face and the sword in his hands, Kang Yusong decided to find out the maximum number of ice weapons he could create at his current level. And in a moment, huge and beautiful long spears began to grow from the ground, one of which was used by our hero. Without wasting any time, he grabbed his new weapon and rushed to attack the boss of this tower. The demonic creature was unable to fend off this powerful blow and felt the full force of the new weapon. One by one, our hero aimed his magical ice spears at the monster. The system immediately informed him that he had defeated the boss and cleared the tower of demon worshippers. He also received a new reward, a random equipment card. The boy was curious to see what he would see this time, but it was only silver lats. He already had a legendary item, so they were useless. Suddenly, the system offered him a meeting with his shadow. He turned his head and saw magical vortexes of a completely different quality appear next to him. One of the tower's factions was very interested in him. A semi-darkness enveloped the whole room, as our hero was surrounded by some strange people in identical costumes. They told him that they remembered him, and maybe he wanted to meet the shadow again and join them. It was a very unexpected but pleasant encounter. Nevertheless, he was with them in the 5th season. Afterwards, the young man pompously announced that he wanted to make a certain deal. However, he said that there were already other factions here who could have fought them. They were willing to protect him. Had he forgotten how powerful they were? Kang Yusong replied that he had a great memory, but he wanted something from them. As if expecting a reward, he held out his hand and said, "I want a shadow beast." In addition, since the entire council is here, he would like to receive a rare dark ability card. His statements greatly discouraged everyone present, who began to convince him that he was too pathetic and unworthy of such high honors. But he didn't have time to let them finish and waved his hands, declaring them unworthy of cooperation. After all he has done for them, they can't even give him the change he asks for. The protagonist realized that this was a great move on his part, and it worked immediately. One of the council members stopped our hero, and after a moment, a beautiful magical cat appeared on the ground, its eyes glowing brightly. As if realizing where its master was, this mysterious animal rushed right under the young man's feet. In its usual fashion, The shadow cat began to tangle itself around his legs and purr pleasantly. Meanwhile, the system informed our hero that he had earned 100,000 achievement points. The young man also received a rare Shadow Blade card. He couldn't believe his eyes. He seemed genuinely happy now. Afterwards, he said with a smile that he was ready to join the Shadow Council faction. His relationship with that council had improved. Outside, the young man was stretching pleasantly, overwhelmed with the feeling that this season was going to be a very good one. It might be worth it to stop what he's doing and keep what he has. But suddenly, some people appeared behind his back and called his name. The protagonist took a deep breath. It was those annoying reporters again. They were all curious to know his impression after the first day of this season. Blinded by the many bright camera flashes, our hero replied that he was just a very capable and incredible player. One reporter said a sword lord from China went to a level 4 tower. Players are more active in raiding this season. Kang Yusong was surprised at first and wondered how many people were with the lord. He was told that 5 veterans of the Chinese Communist Guild went on this raid. However, a quarter of them had already died. After hearing this information, the young man took a deep breath and said that the lord's ability was to use his men as human shields. Who actually thought of giving him that nickname? Are you really saying that he knew what was in store for them on this raid? The girl asked him. One of the men added that the sword lord had just entered a level 5 tower. Our hero inquired how many people were with him this time. He was told that he was the only one. The protagonist just smiled and added that his opponent was very energetic for the first day of the season. Everyone knows that St. Mary's is gathering skills and items first, while Gravekeeper has no plans to enter the game yet. So there's no reason to rush and compete for speed early in the season. However, it looked like the Sword Lord in the level 4 tower got a good item. The microphones got pretty close to our hero, and everyone was curious to know what he was thinking. The protagonist twirled his finger on his temple and added that his rival was a total idiot. Kang Yusong, aren't you going to compete with him? A man with a microphone asked. The protagonist replied that they should know that he was also an idiot. Our hero laughed out loud. If you have to choose between a loser and a winner, you'd better be the latter. Afterwards, the reporters advised him to watch his words. Our hero was about to enter a level 5 tower. As he took a step toward the magic circle for teleportation, Kang Yusong realized that only one person would get the glory of being the winner. He activated the screens to read all the messages. Many of the rulers bet on him, especially the ice ruler. He asked the hero not to disappoint him. In the Tower of War, a historical defense format battle awaited him. Players can't be on the same side. The goal of the raid is to emerge victorious. There was clearly a sword lord inside. It was time to play for real. In response, our hero resolutely declared that he was ready to enter the tower. The evil Kabbalist Empire started a war of conquest and entered the territory of the Kingdom of Lodia, building up its military power in advance. The young man had to fight a historic battle to conquer or defend the fortress of Palace. The protagonist had to choose which side he would fight for. And since the communist was already fighting for the empire and this choice was not available, our hero should become a part of the Kingdom of Lodia. He would have chosen the side of the kingdom anyway. After all, the game rewards the disadvantaged the most. Moments later, the main character of this manhwa went to Palace Fortress, to a room of officers who were overseeing the upcoming battle. Everyone there was excited to see the player. God had finally shown them mercy, and they were very encouraged. Has he really come to save them all? Looking around the table, the protagonist realized that this was probably where they were planning the tactics for the upcoming battle. Judging by their equipment, they were already prepared. The young man inquired if he could sit at this table. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, he asked his second question. He wanted to know who was in charge. There was a sudden pause, and no one knew what to say. Suddenly, someone else appeared. The steady clatter of this man's metal boots clearly defined his status. It was the commander of the fortress defense. He presented himself to our hero with great pomp, for he was a member of a collateral line of the royal family. In his presence, the young man must follow courtly customs. Our hero did not let him finish his pompous speech and asked only one question. Does he intend to win this battle? Confidently, the great man in iron armor declared that he would. They may lack military might, but the strength of their kingdom's spirit is unparalleled. Immediately, the young man unclenched his fist and tensed his right hand, and with tremendous force, he struck a powerful blow to the center of the arrogant knight's chest. The huge man collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. The suddenly cloaked guest announced that he was now in command. None of the officers present expressed any displeasure, as if they had all expected this behavior from our player. Now the main thing was to find out how many troops they had and what class they were. There were a total of 5,000 mobilized peasants, including 900 who could use a bow. Compared to the Empire, the difference in military power was simply enormous. However, the good thing was that there was no magic in this world. Besides, the Sword Lord didn't have any firepower. He was the heir of the Iron Ruler. Most players can only make a contract with one ruler, and that player can only receive rewards from that ruler. Kang Yusong was special. He was honored by several rulers at once. The clown ruler made our hero a lone player. On the other hand, a ruler can take several players under his wing, and then only one of them gets some additional benefits as his heir. The rulers do not stop supporting their chosen ones, but there are certain prohibitions. In the case of a sword lord, his basic skills shouldn't have anything to do with the Iron Ruler. In this case, there was actually a chance of victory. Our hero realized that many of the fighters clearly felt a pressure incomparable to his feelings. He still didn't know whether they were real people or a creation of the tower. There was no way to tell. However, whoever they are now, the other thing that matters now is this. He needed to boost their morale. The noise below caused a large flock of crows to take to the air. One of the knights, standing high above the entrance gate, waved a royal cloth. He thundered that a guest had come to their kingdom. Then the knight added that the head of the house of Division, the fat man, was no longer their commander. Now this young man will personally give the orders. Yes, the speech worked. The knights below began to look around. That fat guy was kicked out, and now they'll be ruled by a player. God has certainly not abandoned them. Our hero did not hide his smile. He was pleased to receive a report from a nearby officer who said that the soldiers had lifted their spirits. Now there was nothing to worry about. Suddenly, the soldiers on the adjacent wall shouted loudly that the Empire had launched an offensive. The archers began to shoot back, firing countless arrows as the assault troops climbed the huge ladders up the high walls. Our hero was informed that the Imperial army had come very close to the gates of the fortress. If our hero manages to deal with this unit, the enemy's morale will be weakened. With a smile, the protagonist called his shadow beast for help. Probably should have given this kitty a shorter name. What about the darky? Black lumps of some incomprehensible substance began to expand in space. The knights were stunned. A mighty beastly growl sounded. Raising his sword high, our hero called upon the magical beast to unleash its full power. The attacking troops below had no idea what was going on. Something large and dark appeared on the wall of the fortress. The troop commander ordered them to stop talking and line up in battle order. But he was also very afraid, because the dark substance came very close to him. It was right next to them, and in the next second, huge black spikes pierced through many warriors. It was the incredible ability of the dark beast that helped the protagonist. But no sooner had these brave men escaped danger than they were instantly frozen by the icy breath of our hero. The black tame pet was very hungry, and the young man had prepared an abundance of treats for it. Bright red glowing eyes and razor-sharp teeth did not bode well for the frozen knights. A moment later, the ravenous beast's mouth closed and many soldiers disappeared inside. This battle would never end. At one of the castle walls, the soldiers of the two armies continued to fight, not for life, but for death. The young man helped his army as best he could, using cold magic on the enemy soldiers. After pausing for a moment, he realized that there was no sign of the Sword Lord. When a player appears, there's no telling how it might end. On the one hand, his presence boosts the morale of the allies. Secondly, he reveals his location to the enemy. However, no one risks their lives. According to the rules, if one player kills another, the loser is kicked out of the tower and fails the raid. Inside the tower, players cannot kill each other. But the towers themselves are capable of doing so. Kang Yusong knew he wouldn't die in this tower, but that didn't mean it was worth losing. Meanwhile, our hero's terrifying and hungry beast continued to devour the frozen soldiers. When the active phase of this epic battle ended, there were many corpses scattered here and there, representatives of the two armies. But our young man did not understand his opponent's behavior. He should have shown up by now. Does he really have to kill everyone before the same sword lord appears in front of him? Suddenly, a huge number of flying swords appeared in the sky and rained down on our friendly army with great speed and power. These swords were moving on their own. It was a special sword control technique. The young man wondered, when did his opponent manage to get a card with this technique? As he continued to fend off multiple attacks, our hero said with a smile that the sword lord was very lucky. With a sharp lunge forward, he was able to use his furry beast to destroy a huge number of flying swords. As if the sword lord was nearby, the hero declared with a broad smile that he was late. The young man finished leveling up. On the battlefield, the knights of the enemy army were extremely enthusiastic. Now, the Empire had a player on their side who was fighting for them. Kang Yusong couldn't stop enjoying what was happening. It seemed like the course of the battle had changed, but it was just an illusion. As he plunged his sword into the stone floor with tremendous force, the young man shouted, "The accuracy of the sword control technique is inversely proportional to the number of these swords." And in the next instant, his cold magic was able to stop many swords in midair, turning them into huge blocks of ice that fell to the ground. However, a large number of these flying objects were still circling around our hero. He continued to cheer enthusiastically, as this technique wouldn't work on him. However, a flying sword appeared behind his back, and it was very close. The danger passed because our hero was protected by the blessed shield of Seraphim, which blocked this attack. Someone else appeared on the wall, shielding himself with his hand from the bright light of the magic barrier. It was the same sword lord who had been thrown back with tremendous speed. He barely slowed down in time to use his sword. Now, the main protagonist definitely turned to his opponent. Did he really think that he could conquer the fortress with just this technique? When the sword lord finally came to a complete stop, he asked a counter question. So how will our hero triumph in this tower? According to this player, even if you destroy the fortress and all the scum of the kingdom, the Empire won't win. He has to deal with our hero. He was ready for battle. Did he really know all that? But he still chose to side with the evil Empire to defeat our hero. The man replied that a player is a hero, and a hero's calling is to protect the world. As he clutched his sword, his tone changed and became more aggressive. He added that a scumbag who cannot understand this has no right to be called a hero. He shouted it extra hard and prepared to strike. Kang Yusong, still laughing, replied that he understood him. However, the world his opponent was defending was not only composed of his country's guild members. The sword lord paused for a moment. Then, with great anger, he shouted with all his might that our hero's death would be terrible. He threw himself into the attack. Kang Yusong activated the magic shield. Smiling, he said that he wanted to live a long and happy life. After easily destroying the first obstacle, the sword lord seemed to be about to inflict damage on our player. Now it was the turn of the hero to attack with his ice arrows. Enraged, the sword lord told him to stop using such dirty tricks. Meanwhile, the same black cat appeared behind his back. Her attack was unsuccessful as the sword lord quickly jumped aside and landed on his flying swords. Standing high in the air, he told our player that he should realize the burden of responsibility and loss in this place. The rulers watched the duel. The main character just laughed out loud, so he fought. Suddenly, the main character made a sharp throw at the sword lord. The sword lord tensed up and prepared to defend himself, adding in passing that our hero had deliberately provoked him to hit him in a weak spot. However, this man was taken by surprise when he saw that his opponent was not charging toward him at all, but was charging down somewhere, jumping off the wall of this castle. At a very high speed, Kang Yusong rushed off somewhere, smiling all the way. The knights of the enemy army scattered to the side and dropped their weapons as the player approached them. The sword lord was in a great hurry to catch up with him, all the while shouting at Kang Yusong to stop. But the young man clearly had a cunning plan. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Army's barracks, the top generals were discussing how to stop the monster. Some suggested that they simply run away. As they discussed this, Their bodies trembled with fear, and they clung to their weapons. Among them was the Duke of Barmouth, who was more than angry. He demanded to find their player. Suddenly, everyone was drawn to the bright glow at the entrance to the barracks. It was our hero who was overjoyed to find them all together in one place. He sheathed his sword and prepared to deal with everyone inside the tent. That was the extent of his cunning plan to accomplish the task in the tower. The young man rushed to the attack while the senior officers tried to save the Duke. Unfortunately, they didn't stand a chance. In an instant, they were all dead. And while our hero was contemplating this last image of a brief battle, the Sword Lord appeared behind him, who wouldn't stop cursing. Turning his head in his direction, Kang Yusong advised his opponent to hide the officers better next time. He should have disguised them as regular soldiers. According to our hero, he simply had to take away his rival's advantage of the empire. But no sooner had the Sword Lord made a sudden leap forward to strike than a system message appeared, informing our hero that he had completed the Battle of Palace. The smile never left the young man's face. As soon as that happened, the man's weapon shattered, leaving Kang Yusong unharmed. The system notified each of the players with a short message. In the case of our hero, it told him that he had captured the war tower, while his opponent had failed the task. The main character can now choose one of his opponent's ability cards as a reward. The protagonist started to laugh and said that it was very nice of the Sword Lord to give him this choice. The man did not hide his emotions and continued to curse. Meanwhile, Kang Yusong chose a heroic sword control ability card. New message. The choice has been made. You have received the selected ability. In addition, our hero gains metal synergy. The effects of his ability with the metal attribute have been improved. His former rival was more than angry. He started cursing even more and wouldn't stop waving his arms around. In typical form troll fashion, our hero showed him the card the man had been holding. Once upon a time, in the second season titled King of Heroes, a young man found himself in a room full of mirrors. On the floor was some kind of mask. It was a very familiar place to him. A message appeared before his eyes. Maybe he wants to be a hero? The main character has obviously been waiting for this day. He crouched down and picked up the mask. He made the same choice as before. A giant clown ruler appeared before him and thundered that the young man would be a hero among heroes. But other people will no longer understand him. They will also begin to ridicule him. But there was a hilarious irony in it. According to this ruler, this event was repeated countless times in the young man's life. For the Clown Emperor and Kang Yusong had made a contract. Suddenly, our hero's eyes widened, and he woke up from another nightmare. His cell phone kept vibrating in silent mode. Another call came in. He's already missed 4 calls. In the next second, someone banged on his front door with great force. A voice at the door demanded that Kang Yusong open it. The young man woke up in his bed and wondered why he kept having these disturbing dreams. Then he turned his attention to the intruder. Why did he come so early? A tired-looking man with a slightly unshaven face and a smile replied to our hero that he was acting like a big shot. It was Mr. Pak. After contracting an assassin ruler, Mr. Pak became known by his game alias, Shattering Sword. He is ranked among the top 30 players. He is also the head of the National Intelligence Department of the Blue House. They exchanged brief greetings. Since the first day of the season, war enthusiasts all over the world have been singing his charms to all players. That's exactly what Mr. Pak was doing. The stern man was surprised when the young man did not answer his phone. But as soon as he stepped into the depths of this room, he immediately came upon a mountain of unwashed dishes. Mr. Pak could not believe that our hero could live such a life, as he sold t-shirts with his picture on them. The young man was very uncomfortable with the situation. As he removed his soiled sock from his foot, the man remarked with a smile that his acquaintance was clearly a child of darkness, judging by his lifestyle. Once comfortably seated, the man began to criticize his old acquaintance for working hard but buying food at a nearby Chinese restaurant. The young man replied that their beef brisket soup was a real treat. The man, without taking off his clothes, suddenly leaned back on the bed and asked his buddy to order 2 large meals. They met this old man, as our hero called him, before the world was a game. At that time, Kang Yusong was only 15 years old and was sitting in a special computer cafe. There was a fight going on and he was involved in the battle. He just had to survive. Everyone else around him was very surprised because their acquaintance had won again. What else could they expect from him? This young man was good at every game. Mr. Pak was the owner of a computer cafe. A man approached our hero and asked him if he wanted to become a professional player. The protagonist used to play for fun, but the old man was able to convince his parents that he would make a real professional out of him. He then trained him diligently, analyzing his every skill. On the day Kang Yusong turned 18, he officially made his professional debut. It was only the first season, and it was about to begin. A huge dragon started a real fire in the center of the city, killing many people, because the first season had an invasion from the tower. The young man, already badly bruised, sat on the ground waiting for death. His whole body was filled with animal fear, and a cold sweat ran down his back as the huge monster was about to overtake him. But suddenly someone appeared to save the young man. It was Mr. Pak. He quickly dealt with the monster and kept his ward alive. Unfortunately, it wasn't very good. Barely recovering from the shock, the young man rushed to his parents with tears in his eyes. Regrettably, they were both dead. Kang Yusong sobbed loudly as tears streamed from his eyes. He had lost his parents that day, but he found his only hero, a true friend. We returned to Kang Yusong's home where the two buddies were having dinner. The young man was curious to know on what occasion Pak had stopped by. Turning his gaze to the side, the man said in a serious voice that he came here because of the association. At that, our hero dropped his wands from his hands. He was very surprised. Do they still want to use him for their own purposes? It's a magnificent building, the headquarters of the Korean Gaming Association. It was the only all-powerful player-run guild in the country. The man asked the young fellow if he knew about the new academy that was built last season. It was a slave factory. Pak added that the first final exam would be held there in a week. They are asking our hero to attend. The man was convinced that his friend wouldn't go there. He was already typing a response into his text message. As he continued typing on his phone, he added that he would send them to hell instead. So it's worth not worrying about such nonsense. However, the next second Pak was very surprised because our hero was ready to come to the academy. He wanted to see the new players who would take on the burden of looking after the country's future. He asked Pak to send them a text message asking them to postpone the exam to tomorrow at 5 a.m. As usual, at 4:55 a.m., the academy's final exam players were still fighting another monster. They noticed our hero standing quietly against the wall, watching what was going on. Putting his hands in the pockets of his hoodie, the young man continued to watch in silence. Just then, one of the male representatives of the academy approached him. While praising his students, the man was curious to know what our hero thought of them, since they were all engaged in a special curriculum. With the typical insincere smile of a manager, the man asked him to evaluate the pride of his academy, the first generation of students. His name was Lee Seon-ho. Perhaps the man had forgotten the conditions set by our hero. At that time, he stepped forward, extended his hand, and began to activate magic abilities. He decided to test the mettle of these players, since he also had the final say in their release. In that case, the test could begin. However, his smile took on a sinister look. He had some kind of cunning plan. Now, it was just the beginning of the season. The students were doing a great job of keeping up with the schedule, and even such a strong player couldn't spoil his devious plan. But a moment later, he was already regretting the fact that our main character had shown up here. He couldn't believe his eyes. One by one, Kang Yusong said that they could leave because they had failed the test. After his magic attack, they didn't stand a chance. That girl was all alone, sitting on the cold floor, crying, surrounded by ice swords. Did she fail as well? To her surprise, the young man explained that she had passed, but she didn't understand why. He replied that she was just lucky. He then disintegrated all the swords surrounding her body. He then asked to turn on the camera. The girl didn't know which camera he meant. Suddenly, the head of the association burst into the room shouting angrily. He didn't understand what it all meant. After all, they were just asking to judge this fight. But the young man's answer discouraged the manager. Did they really think he wouldn't understand what was really going on? All of these students were children of the directors or related to them in some way. The young man was well aware of the dirty dealings of the club president. He realized that they had been doing this since the first year of their existence. At that time, the manager could not hide his anger, and his whole body was shaking. The man reminded Kang Yusin that a player is just a weapon in the hands of the country. Does he really think that people like him are treated differently somewhere? They are just doing what is necessary for the good of the country. The young man just smiled and thought that these idiots will never understand anything until everything in this world falls apart. Suddenly, one of the association's employees called out to the manager and said that he had some breaking news. When he read the message on the tablet, his eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe what he saw. Our hero began to troll the manager even more. He knew that the player academy would be closed after 1 year of operation. The reason why the manager was so surprised was that there was an article in a major publication saying that players were being brought into the academy by acquaintances. Did they forget that our hero is backed by the head of a division of the National Intelligence Agency? Another shiver ran down the man's body. He was more than angry. With a smile, the young man asked his interlocutor if he knew who the dark horse was. The clown ruler was pleased with our player's actions, and he received a valuable gift from him. On leaving the association building, our hero thanked his friend for his help, but they might have gone too far together, and now the intelligence department will get him from the government. But Pak assured him that it was okay, because the government didn't like them either. Standing against the wall, he added in a calm voice that they fight with each other all the time, so it was okay. Our hero then activated the screen to mark the next point on his journey. He asked his friend for a ride to the level 5 tower. Already sitting behind the wheel, Pak asked Kang Yusong if he was overworked. The young man replied that he was fine, and after a moment, our player entered the desert oasis camp. The goal of the raid is to protect the caravan and deliver the item intact. Meanwhile, many of the desert wanderers continued to fight selflessly against a large number of monsters. Entering the tower, the player is always in the middle of the action. Without wasting any time, the protagonist began to destroy one monster after another. Such a player, like a true savior, appeared at the most perfect time. He helped a man who was about to die. However, our hero was able to protect him in time by quickly dealing with that terrible monster. Now the young man had activated his magical abilities. This behavior allowed him to appear even more glamorous. A huge amount of ice daggers, arrows, and swords rained down on the monsters. Adopting a fighting stance, he announced to the desert dwellers that he had come to help. The men couldn't believe their eyes. They knew exactly who it was. Fixing his fashionable hairstyle, the young man added that they could call him whatever they wanted. The men did not hide their joy. According to them, the God of Light had taken pity on them and sent his messenger. At the word, God of Light, the smile disappeared from our hero's face. He had a bad feeling. He asked the people if there was any other threat besides the monsters. But the desert dwellers replied, "This is the territory of the divine kingdom. Therefore, we don't have to worry about a pagan attack. They're not far from their destination. It's a 3-day march at the most. They had plenty of food and water. 3 whole days was a lot." The young man made a facepalm. "I knew I should have rested more." Then he explained that everyone could sleep because the monsters would not scare them as long as he was with them. The men asked him how they could thank the messenger of light for his favor. The young man expected to receive a necklace of life force. It was a rare rank. It slightly increased his health regeneration rate. He remembered the same gift. It was very strange that it had to be opened manually. Suddenly, a beautifully sized and colored crystal appeared in front of his eyes. It was a high-grade growth stone. Although he was very happy to receive such a gift, he wouldn't need it now. It's best to save it for later. Meanwhile, a huge pack of scorpions was approaching our traveler's camp. As always with a smile, our hero bared his sword and rushed to attack, summoning his darkie to his aid. A cute little magical kitty appeared. Still, our hero had work to do. I shouldn't have trusted my spirits every time. Swinging his spear, he destroyed one scorpion after another. As the flying magic swords continued to plunge into these terrifying monsters, our hero was overjoyed as his blades moved at the command of a single thought. After destroying another scorpion, the system informed him that his level had been raised again. Kang Yusong wiped the scorpion's bodily fluid from his cheek and was a little upset that it was over. Suddenly, The ground beneath his feet trembled as a huge beast of gigantic proportions burst out from behind him. It was an adult sand predator, much like the worm from the movie Dune. The young man prepared a new weapon for a future attack. He was happy about the appearance of this monster. His gaze changed and filled with a blue glow, while the black cat itself took on the appearance of a terrifying monster. A moment later, the black creature rushed to attack. Our hero wasted no time in sending countless flying swords at this terrifying sand predator with the power of his mind. They pierced the monster in many places. The young man was pleased that he could control them so easily with just a slight movement of his palm. More and more edged weapons began to strike this monster. Huge swirls of icy energy began to circle around its body. But that was it. This creature was definitely defeated now. In addition, the skill level of making ice swords and controlling such weapons has been increased. It was a beautiful sunny morning, very hot, as it usually is in the desert, and our caravan began its long journey again. Accompanying one of the wagons were knights with large red crosses on their chests. The young man was very surprised to see them, and so many of them. One of the caravan's representatives explained that they were brave warriors who served the god of light. In that case, I wonder what those brave warriors were up to last night? Our hero didn't know where they disappeared to during the last battle. The man added that the priority of these knights was the protection of goods. Suddenly our hero understood everything. Apparently, the wagon was very valuable. The young man turned to one of the knights and asked what faction they belonged to. But the stern man said nothing, while the caravan representative said that they were noble knights of the Order of the Bloody Cross. Kang Yusong turned to the noble knights again. Perhaps they are carrying the golden calf that they guard so closely. One of the knights replied with a stern voice, telling the messenger of light to ignore the wagons. He advised our player to focus on something else. The man's tone and demeanor brought a smile to our hero's face. These knights were using the aura of the heart. In addition to them, a messenger of light descended. In this case, they were indeed given a very difficult task. The young man made up his mind and blocked the path of one of the knights. He was very curious to know what goods required such meticulous security. With a trembling voice, the caravan representative begged the messenger of light to stop harassing the guards. Suddenly, our hero pulled hard on the handkerchief around the man's neck, keeping him alive. The young man barely had time to defend himself as the arrow flew right in his direction. He shouted loudly to everyone around him to get down unless they wanted to die. The caravan was attacked again. Someone shouted that they were being attacked by heretics. These warriors continued to fire their arrows and charged the caravan. The representative of the caravan could not believe that these vicious brigands dared to invade the territory of the Holy Kingdom. Nevertheless, the horsemen struck their blow and immediately began to flee. Our hero took note of their tactics. He was curious to see what the knights would do in such a situation. Meanwhile, the squad leader ordered all the guards to protect the precious item at all costs. A protective mana was then activated, saving all the knights. The player couldn't stand by and watch. He rushed to the defense of those present. The system reminded our hero that the purpose of this raid was to protect the caravan and deliver the items intact. The young man hesitated for a moment. He saw one of the horsemen preparing to fire another arrow. The protagonist then prepared to strike and swung his spear. The rider on the horse shouted loudly to the others that the enemy's attacks would not reach them. In a second, huge black spikes emerged from the ground and threw the archer from his horse. That was our darky. Holding his daggers in his hands, the young man abruptly dismounted and jumped up to strike. But suddenly his face was filled with surprise, for the one underneath him was a desert elf. He hadn't expected to see such a creature here. The piercing whistle of a flying weapon caught our hero's attention. He managed to raise his magical shields and deflected the blow. It was now clear to him that the person firing the arrows was also using aura. The man on the sand came to his senses, drawing his weapon and charging at our hero. With a sharp thrust of his sword, the young man knocked the cold weapon from his attacker's hands. As he held the blade at the elf's throat, Kang Yusong wondered what was inside the wagon. With an angry face, the elf replied that the evil foreigner had no right to manipulate him. Then he turned to his tribesmen and told them not to pay any attention to him. "You can shoot them right now." The horsemen immediately obeyed the order, and fired a large number of arrows in our hero's direction. He easily stopped their attack by activating his magical ice shield. The elf then added that even though our hero had captured him, there was still nothing he could learn. However, Kang Yusong replied with a calm voice that he didn't have to worry about that. He just wanted to know what was in the cart. Does he really think he's going to let them get this far just because he doesn't have the strength? He's ready to wipe them out. He then unleashed a huge amount of thin ice arrows at all the riders. They stopped within a centimeter of their faces and eyes. Now this elf must realize what can happen to his comrades. After this action, our hero once again pointed his blade at the elf's face and asked him once more what was being transported in this wagon. Now the swordsman had heard what he wanted to hear. This elf has spoken. It turned out that there was a princess in the wagon. This news pleased our hero. The knights kidnapped the elf princess. He advised one of them to return to the unit and tell them he would provide a special servant and keep her alive. But the elf assured him that he could not do such a thing. The young man did not understand such behavior, for he had been given another chance. It was better than dying now. The elf stood up and began to walk away. As he did so, the young man saw the riders rushing away with great speed. One of the knights ran towards our hero, holding his sharp sword. He couldn't understand why the messenger of light had left the heretics alive and allowed them to escape. The young man spread his hands and replied with a smile that he had to make sure of something first. The knights realized where he was going and tried to stop him. One of the guards lowered his sword at our hero. However, the young man advised him to step back and get out of the way because he wanted to check something out. But the knight was very persistent. He cannot miss it, even if he is a messenger of light. In a stern tone, our hero ordered them to get out of the way, for now he was asking in a human manner. At that time, the beautiful white-toothed smile of a black furry beast appeared behind his back. Kang Yusong grabbed the handles of the doors of the carriage and opened them with a strong hand. He lowered his eyes and asked in a low voice if the girl wanted him to rescue her. In front of him, on the floor, chained and bound, was a beautiful-looking young girl. It was the elf princess, not holding back her emotions and cursing her savior. Does he really think she needs the sympathy of a foreigner? At that moment, system notifications began to appear in front of him. He was reminded that he should not have neglected his duties. In such a case, our hero had no choice but to pick up his sharpened weapon. With a swift stroke of his blade, he broke the chain and freed the princess. The system informed him that he had fulfilled the hidden conditions for rescuing the princess. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. She had never expected anything like this. Our hero received 300,000 achievement points, but at that time, a huge sandstorm formed in the desert. However, the young man paid no attention to her. He continued to receive system notifications, but the purpose of the raid had changed. The level of the tower has also been upgraded to a more difficult one. Kang Yusong laughed. In his opinion, the game was ruined. However, the Lord of Light informed him that he would have to pay for his disobedience. One of the powers of the tower turned against him. On their golden wings, the white lighters began to descend from the sky. There were many of them, and they were very serious. Holding his sword high above his head, one of the knights began to shout loudly that the lords had come down to them. They had to destroy this heretic, for he defied the light. The young man noticed that their behavior had changed dramatically. They had become very brave with the arrival of reinforcements. Our hero assured the princess not to worry. After all, in his mind, he also had someone who was willing to support him. After that, magical black swirls began to appear around our hero. The system reported that the Shadow Sovereign supported his decision. Meanwhile, the Shadow Council granted him a special buff, a veil of absolute darkness. The knights were in shock. They couldn't see anything. Everything was shrouded in a black mist. It seemed as if the whole world was shrouded in this veil. Our hero was overjoyed. He knew that the rewards on this side were better. And in the next second, all those knights were dead, thanks to the mischief of a furry dark beast. It seems that even the white lighters were dramatically surprised by what they saw. After that, they unleashed incredible streams of divine light downward with tremendous force. The light began to spread, gradually destroying the darkness. But in this battle between darkness and light, it was unclear who would win. One of the white lighters did not hide his irritation. He really didn't like our hero's behavior. Suddenly, this white lighter was destroyed by the sudden appearance of our hero. All the others were seized with horror and became numb, frozen in the air. No one could believe that the young man was capable of such a thing. Does this wretched mortal dare to attack the representatives of divine power? It simply couldn't be. Meanwhile, the young man continued his acrobatic leaps, destroying one Lightkeeper after another. The system informed him that the Lightkeeper faction had an irreversible dislike for him. But another message immediately interrupted. It said that the benevolence of the Shadow Council had been greatly increased. Our hero was very pleased with what he read. His status was elevated, and his affinity for darkness increased. However, the new message cooled his playful mood a bit. A vast number of factions were watching his behavior in the tower. The young man was cautious. The world of the towers and the world within the towers are not the same. The Knights of the Bloody Cross and the Elves are creatures of the tower. They are the components of its world. However, the rulers and their forces are on a higher plane, representing the world of the towers themselves. The player is the mediator between the two worlds. He is the power that allows the ruler to intervene in the world of the towers. Players, however, are not pathetic puppies who unquestioningly obey the will of their masters. They search for hidden meanings. Within the tower, players can make their own choices. As I predicted, the Shadow Council will reward me more if I rebel against the light. If you have an idea, you don't have to question whether you should implement it. For even rulers cannot resist the laws and prohibitions that bind them. Meanwhile, our hero has 5 flying creatures to destroy. In this epic battle, huge spears of powerful energy and light never stopped raining down on the protagonist. While they are all in a level 5 tower, angels above level 8 can't come down here because of the tower's rules. One of the white lighters swung his majestic spear once more, calling on the others to destroy the darkness. However, their blows were so powerful that they struck the very knights who had recently been delighted by their appearance. Many of them, dying, could not understand why the messengers of light were destroying them with their weapons. Our hero noted with a smile that they didn't care about their followers. Kong Yusong remembered that these knights had done the same to others before. Our hero was well aware that his vision was only clear for a moment. Of course, the power of the buff is awesome, but it's not infinite. With another sharp jump, he barely dodged the attack. The enemy was obviously strong. Quickly maneuvering between the blows of the heavenly weapons, our hero decided to save the princess first, who was extremely frightened. He suddenly appeared in front of her, and she was even more frightened. But in a moment, the young man held her in his arms and saved her from imminent doom, as the carriage was completely destroyed. The situation was difficult, and Kong Yusong called the Dark One for help. The next moment, a crystal appeared in the young man's hand. He instructed his pet to swallow the crystal and protect the princess. Kong Yusong clenched his fist and smashed the crystal into small pieces, which he sprinkled on his cat. At that moment, the girl screamed loudly as a huge number of light spears approached her. But literally at that very second, the little cat had recently grown to a gigantic size and was able to deflect this attack with great ease. All of them landed on its dark body, causing our hero's pet to scream in pain. But the stream of spears from the sky did not stop. However, Kong Yusong was very satisfied and decided to use the Shadow Blade. One of the celestial messengers told him loudly that everything he was doing was useless. Our hero quickly climbed up on his pet's spikes and took on the celestial beings, getting quite close to them. The celestial messengers weren't going to give up easily. One of them drew a majestic sword of light. The young man barely had time to dodge it. Kong Yusong's flying daggers attacked the heavenly messengers from all directions. They were also struggling to fend off these endless attacks. But their movements were so fast that they attacked our hero and his black pet again, after only a few seconds. The young man was well aware that he was off balance in a hand-to-hand fight with these creatures. He had to think of something else. He was already very tired. Would he really have to move that fast forever? Suddenly, the same lightsaber touched his body, slightly injuring him. He was very angry and counterpunched at that very second. Kong Yusong couldn't understand why they were so fast. One of the heavenly messengers smashed his ice shield once again with a powerful strike. They kept attacking our hero, and he had to come up with a new tactic. He had already received a few cuts on his body, and he was tired of this kind of fiddling. It would be better if he could deal with them all at once. However, he didn't have time to do anything about it before a swift attack caught up with him in the next second. He screamed in pain as the magical light spear pierced his young body. The celestial messenger was overjoyed at his good fortune. Now our hero was hooked like a small fish. Suddenly, all the flying swords of our hero lost their power and began to fall, much to the delight of the heavenly messengers. With Kang Yusong just around the corner, they felt that this was their chance to finish the job here and now. However, the smile never left our hero's face. New message. He will receive a blessing set to 100%. Also, the effect of the blessing titled, "He Cheated Death," clearly worked. Such a blessing makes a fatal blow ineffective. The system informed our hero that the location of the Sword of Light was being initialized. Much to the surprise of the heavenly envoy, Kang Yusong was able to easily free himself from the lightsaber. Realizing that something strange was happening, the creature shouted loudly to all the other brothers to stop. But it was too late, as our hero once again used his flying swords, which began to destroy one heavenly messenger after another. Kang Yusong was happy. He was ready to finish them right now. This time, his weapons were so numerous that they flew from all directions, and the heavenly messengers felt the full force of them. Standing on the hilt of a huge magic sword, Kang Yusong pointed his flying swords, daggers, and other weapons at the heavenly messengers again and again. After he destroyed one of the flying birds again, the system informed him that his level had been raised. His buff was removed when the battle was over. Looking back at the epic image of the recent battle, Kang Yusong realized that this battle had been very difficult for him. He looked at the knights he had recently fought. Unfortunately, they were all dead. There doesn't seem to be anyone left. But suddenly, a kitten appeared in front of our hero, cutely stretching out as if it had just woken up. This pet seems to have shrunk again. A princess approached and asked our hero why he had betrayed his men and gone so far for her. With a smile, the young man replied that there were better rewards on this side. The girl didn't understand his explanation. It seemed to her that they were his companions, perhaps even his friends. Would he really try to demand a ransom after saving her? A chill ran down her spine. But Kang Yusong paid no attention to her words and was busy with his pet, who continued to purr with pleasure. The young man raised his head and replied, "I have the terrible disease of hating people." Her questions seemed too strange to him. The girl couldn't find an answer and put her head down. Our hero continued to praise his kitten, stroking its fur and head. A few days later, Kang Yusong and the princess arrived at the border of the Ayub Elven Kingdom. The princess thanked the young man and still called him an alien. As they rode together on horseback, Kang Yusong told her that he would like to receive some kind of reward. Suddenly, a beautiful princess reached out her hand and offered our hero a certain magical gift. It was some kind of award. He doesn't know its true value yet, but it seems it will come in handy one day. The system informs our hero that he has recovered the previously kidnapped princess, and later, when the king dies, she will become the queen. From the world of magic, we return to the real world. While our hero was traveling by train to the city of Busan. Earlier, his friend and assistant had told him that the young man should go to Busan. Kang Yusong inquired whether something had happened there. Otherwise, he didn't see why he should go there. But his handler was adamant and replied that something had to happen, so he had to go to Busan. Natasha Ivanova, the world-famous gamer criminal, was supposed to appear there. She is known as one of the black gamblers. While hiding from the Russian government, she illegally entered the port of Busan and began to walk in the towers with 4 of her accomplices. She possesses the legendary ability card of the Veil of Absolute Darkness. At that moment, the phone in our hero's pocket rang. The person on the other end wanted to know about the presence of zombies on the train. Kang Yusong replied that he had not seen anything like that and asked for a car to be ordered for him. His interlocutor added that he had just received information about the tower that Ivanova's group had entered. It was level 5. Our hero needed to get there as soon as possible. It was a zombie apocalypse tower, and the goal of the raid was to survive until the appointed time. 5 players had already entered the tower. The remaining time to enter was 13 minutes and 21 seconds. A moment later, our hero raised his finger and said that he had entered the tower. The system informed him that in the early 21st century, a pharmaceutical company had discovered a deadly virus in their secret lab in Busan, causing the entire city to be shut down. This information did not make our hero happy. He knew that nothing normal could be expected from a level 5 tower. Now he had to survive at any cost. There were hungry infected all around and a secret assassination squad sent here by the corporation. In front of our hero's eyes, an ugly creature of enormous size appeared. Unable to look at this monstrosity any longer, the young man drew his weapon and called upon the darkness for assistance. But in the next second, he was very surprised, because his pet suddenly stopped abruptly and didn't seem to have any intention to attack this monster. It was just a prelude, though, because the cute kitty's mouth was already drooling. And in the next second, the Dark One took a sharp leap forward and surrounded the monster from the other side, opening its huge mouth. Then it crushed him like a giant whale in the ocean. Kang Yusong was beyond excited. Had his pet changed so much with the stone? He marveled that the young cat had suddenly taken on the shape of a whale. The black-furred creature just meowed in response. At that moment, someone nearby clapped their hands, and the sound attracted our hero. It seemed to be the same Natasha Ivanova who had told him that she had been looking forward to our hero's appearance. With her arms outstretched, accompanied by her guards, she greeted him as the hero of heroes. Apparently, he came here because he couldn't leave a villain like her alone. It was her, the black player Natasha Ivanova. Kang Yusong told her that she was a member of the Red Mafia who was being hunted by the Russian government. She and her accomplices had illegally landed at the port of Busan. His words made the red-haired girl laugh. Is he really going to arrest her and put her in jail? The young man replied with a smile that he had a completely different plan. He doesn't know how strong it is yet, but Kang Yusong has already prepared his weapon to attack. Assessing them on behalf of the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service is a rather thankless task, isn't it? According to our hero, members of their team were also members of a secret organization. Are they really going to round him up and feed him to the zombies? Natasha prepared to draw her weapon. She smiled. After all, if our hero knew that she was the Russian Secret Service, why did he have the courage to come here? The young man just laughed. It was clearly not in his plans to become an appetizer for some zombies. All he needed was the legendary ability he wanted to steal from her. With that, he threw all his strength in Natasha's direction. Dodging his blows, the girl replied with a smile that she had guessed our hero's intentions. She then ordered her guards to attack Kang Yusong. At that moment, a huge explosion rang out. The young man barely had time to dodge. A large number of bullets fired from the Russian machine guns flew at him at high speed. But he was so fast that he was able to dodge even such a weapon. A moment later, he was very close to Natasha. Swinging his sword firmly, he prepared to strike. But in the next second, the girl surprised him by showing her middle finger. The young man couldn't believe his eyes. He landed on the ground and stuck his sword where Natasha should have been. But she wasn't there anymore. It was as if she had evaporated. But before he could think about it, the glow of a flying weapon had already appeared behind him. Kang Yusong barely had time to defend himself. There were 3 gunmen and a sniper attacking him. He began to dodge their deadly weapons once again. He continued to smile and dodge the attack. Then he surrounded himself with a magical wall of ice blocks. He didn't understand how they could still shoot on target. After all, the veil of absolute darkness had now been lifted. At that moment, a black cat landed on his back and continued to purr pleasantly. Kang Yusong smiled and asked the black cat for help. The black cat happily agreed and started meowing again. The men from the special unit above continued to fire their automatic rifles. But they realized that the ice shield was too strong. They had to change tactics. Suddenly, our black friend appeared behind the killer's back. And in the next second, the man's body was pierced by a huge number of black spikes. The furry creature continued to kill one soldier after another. One of the squad leaders ordered the survivors to get out of the cat's shadow to save themselves. Kang Yusong heard these words and just smiled. But it didn't matter anymore. Suddenly, Natasha Ivanova appeared behind him. She held her knife to our hero's neck. Natasha urged him to behave, as his survival depended on it. A conversation ensued between the two characters. The young man asked her with a smile, "Is this how someone who wants to kill him could behave?" Natasha urged Kang Yusong not to underestimate the Foreign Intelligence Agency. She wanted to talk to him about the achievement points he'd received for clearing a level 5 tower the other day. There were an extraordinary number of them. Our hero must have cleared this place in hard mode. And after that, he only went to low-level towers. It was the same last season when survival skills were excluded. Kang Yusong suddenly grabbed her arm. Then he plunged this blade into his neck. Turning to her, he said with a smile that she couldn't kill him because he wasn't real. The girl was furious, but she didn't have time to experience the full range of her emotions, because suddenly our hero's magic weapon appeared in front of her. He realized now that it had originally been a special trap to lure him out. They switched roles, and the girl was already on the verge of death. Kang Yusong was well aware that Natasha had created a veil of darkness to obscure his perception. However, she couldn't move to answer him because a huge number of our hero's swords were gathered around her. Our hero then explained to her that it was the ability to create an illusion of legendary rank, allowing the girl to manipulate what her target saw. Suddenly, after his words, Natasha Ivanova's weapon shattered. Kang Yusong cast a magic spell, and the huge swirls of flying swords began to spin even faster. The tips of the blades gradually reached her delicate skin, and we saw the first blood. Kang Yusong prepared for another attack, adding that she was good at deceiving others, but that didn't seem to be her strength. After all, she is the one who will become food for the zombies. Suddenly, Kang Yusong was attracted by a sound that seemed strange to Natasha as well. The system reported that the secret forces of the corporation had detected the presence of survivors. There were quite a few of them. It was AB-16 zone. Standing on the roof of a dilapidated building, the cyborg humans were able to frighten the soldiers below with their flying scout drones. They realized they had to flee, as there was clearly no escape from such powerful secret forces. The robot's eyes lit up. A secret protocol was being followed at this point. There was a massive explosion, and the system informed our hero that another player had died. He wondered what to do in such a situation. Maybe we should lower the shield first. But before he could think about it, in the next second, a huge force shattered his magical defenses. Covering his face with his hands, Kang Yusong realized that with this speed and pressure, things might not be good at all. Suddenly someone else appeared, and the presence of this character puzzled not only Natasha Ivanova, but also our player. Sitting on the floor, the girl said that 2 people died because they did not use their achievement points. And it's all because of Kang Yusong. This made the young man laugh. He apologized and didn't know how to make amends. The saleswoman replied that he should buy a set of cards. Then she would make an exception and forgive him. When the shop opened, a truce was out of the question. However, Kang Yusong suggested that the merchant approach Natasha and try to sell her the map. Fighting in front of the store makes the girl sad. Turning to Natasha, the merchant asked her to have time to spend her achievement points before she died. The young girl understood exactly what she was talking about and closed her eyes, silently thinking about something. The girl kept urging her to spend all her points and buy something. She won't get out of here alive. Kang Yusong looked at the peddler and smiled broadly. Is she really only interested in selling cards? Natasha's sudden answer took him by surprise. She was willing to spend all of her 374,000 achievement points on decks with random abilities. After a while, the young man watched with joy and interest as Natasha continued to select cards, many of which were very ordinary and did not suit her. There were also some very rare cards, but they were extremely rare. The peddler kept assuring her that the girl should not stop, because a special mythical card was bound to appear. But Natasha continued to waste her achievement points while the system informed her that she was getting regular cards over and over again. In a low whisper, the young man said to himself that the most fun was watching a house burn down. A large number of common cards lay at the feet of our red-haired beauty. Now she had the last deck in her hands. She had to get her hands on at least one useful map, or she would surely die. Natasha didn't even hope for the mythical map anymore. A legendary map would be enough, maybe even a heroic one. However, She was very unlucky and began to curse loudly. In a fit of rage, she began to pound the ground with her fist. Refusing to give up, the merchant offered Natasha to buy special potions for the remaining 4,000 personal achievement points. With a smile, the young man told her that in his opinion, the time for selling was over. The girl offered to buy him a special deck in light of the sudden deaths earlier. In her opinion, since Natasha had sacrificed so many points and failed, a legendary card was about to appear. Natasha was furious. She kept shouting at our hero, cursing the peddler who had cheated her, and annoying him with her presence. Nevertheless, the young man decided to buy a card, after which he pulled a piece out of a huge box. It was clear from his smile that the most frequently purchased ability card was Ice Arrows. He already had them. However, he decided to use ability pooling to upgrade his Ice Arrows. Our hero turned to Natasha and asked her how she felt, but she didn't want to lose the pressure of her emotions. The girl told Kang Yusong to shut up. The young man did not understand her because she was speaking in pure Russian. Suddenly the hawker disappeared. While Natasha continued to scold our hero and showed him her middle finger, there was a huge explosion behind them. Suddenly the same secret soldiers appeared with their powerful weapons. They were ordered to eliminate all witnesses. Such behavior did not go unnoticed by Natasha. However, the young man did not let her do anything, and in the next second, he decapitated her with a sharp stroke of his sword. Then he rushed to attack the secret soldiers. His movements were extremely fast, and he easily destroyed one after another while dodging their powerful attacks. They flew high into the air and aimed powerful grenades at him. But he also had some surprises in store for them. With his ice swords, he was able to stop those bright flashes of fire, and then two of those secret soldiers joined forces and unleashed a powerful fireball at our hero. The young man was surprised that the company had so many resources. Now he thought that if he could get home, he would definitely buy some shares in pharmaceutical companies. But now was no time for jokes, so with another smile, he activated a huge number of flying ice blocks. Pointing his finger in the direction of those soldiers, he ordered his weapons to attack them. All those cyborgs and drones were destroyed in the next few seconds. The system informed our hero that he had cleared the zombie apocalypse tower. As a reward for the sweep, he receives a random equipment token. He can also take an ability card from the losing player. Kang Yusong was overjoyed that he didn't even have to look at the cards. He already knew what he would get. When the tower was cleared and the players were back in their world, the losers returned as well. It seems that 2 of them were killed by the darkness pause, and 2 more are in a lot of pain right now, so they won't be able to escape. That's only if they didn't die in the tower. Natasha Ivanova was on her knees on the ground, coming to her senses. Our hero bade them farewell as he stood back, adding that everyone had done a very good job. The girl turned in his direction. Would he really leave her here? The young man replied that she might want to be arrested. If so, she should just call the police and turn herself in at the nearest station. But it was none of his business. She kept insisting that he wouldn't leave her, that he wouldn't just walk away. However, Kang Yusong continued to stand with his back to her, not believing her sweet flattery. He knew very well that dead people don't talk, and he needed this girl alive to deliver his message. The protagonist was back on the phone with his handler, who couldn't understand why the young man had left everyone alive. Making excuses for his actions, our hero continued to break out in a cold sweat. But the man on the other end of the phone was beyond angry. How in the world could he let his attackers escape alive? It just wasn't possible. Does his friend think he's some kind of psychotic killer? To calm his friend down, Kang Yusong asked him to be a little calmer and kinder. Yes, you can't take away our hero's beautiful words. He really knows how to talk. Our hero's handler was very worried about him and advised him not to overexert himself on his way home. With a smile, the young man thanked his handler for his concern. A player, an alien, an apostle. Inside the tower, the player is called various names. The same here. Weapons are an indicator of military power. But the players aren't just heroes, they're war heroes. Natasha Ivanova, for example. There are people who kill the enemies of their country without question. Do you really want Kang Yusong to become such a hero? There is no such thing as a hero in today's world. The young man thought to himself. Meanwhile, Passers-by on the street were extremely surprised by his appearance. He decided to wear his hoodie so that he wouldn't stand out too much. One passerby asked his girlfriend to stop pointing in his direction. That was careless. After all, he is a thug. But no matter what these people say, Kang Yusin has been the most active player every season. Without him, our world would have ceased to exist by the second season. Han Yusong heard all their words from the conversations perfectly. He closed his eyes and thought nothing of it. Meanwhile, on a beautiful afternoon, our hero was walking through the city and saw the many towers still hanging in the sky. At that moment, reporters appeared behind Kang Yusong's back. However, he was caught before he could return home. Therefore, the best way out of this situation is to disappear quickly. It was a level 5 sword and magic tower. A stylish adventure of sword and magic awaited our hero. The goal is to complete the story. It's better to rest in the tower. This is where our hero would end up anyway. The men were overjoyed, for the ceremony of their sainthood at the warrior's call had been a success. What saint could they be talking about? He raised his head to see a beautiful girl greeting him and saying that she was happy to meet our hero. He answered her prayers and was a warrior from another world. The girl's name was Alicia Celestine, the 37th saint of the Holy Kingdom of Celestine. After her words, our hero just smiled and extended his hand to greet her. He presented himself as a hero who saves worlds quickly and without overlap. What can he do to help them in such a situation? But first he would have to find out how things were on the continent of Philia. The young man suggested that it might be some kind of confrontation between holy beings and demons. The girl replied that it was exactly that. The brave warrior is so presumptuous. Then she added that both holy beings and demons lived here, which eventually led to the war between light and darkness. Demons, who should be imprisoned in the world of darkness and the underworld, began to invade the world of light. To stop them, the people of Celestine created a sacred weapon, the bow, but the demon attacks did not stop, so they had to activate the ancient weapon. Half an hour later, when our hero heard all this chatter, he was well aware that he already knew it. He wondered if he could leave right now to save the world from demon attacks. Alicia Celestine replied that she had just begun her story. The people of this beautiful place are afraid that a man can abuse the power of the bow, so our hero will have to undergo a trial. In such a situation, he had no choice but to just leave. His behavior was extremely rude, and the girl called out to the brave warrior. But he replied that he was going on a mission. She tried to stop him and grabbed his arm, for he didn't even know where the archway was. Where was he going? But the girl did not know where the magic arch was either, so it didn't make any difference. After a while, huge hands resembling a terrifying monster appeared from a large magical vortex of energy and fire. It was not at all clear how the demons were able to enter the holy ground. They appeared right inside this majestic building to the horror of everyone present. Without wasting any time, this terrifying beast began to attack the noble knights in this room. No one could understand how this was possible. Their ridiculous attempts to stop it only made the demon smile, for divine magic and the aura of blades had no effect on it. A small fireball appeared on the tip of his fingernail, as if he was preparing to strike. And that's when our hero stepped in and activated his protective magic. The knights tried to pull the girl aside as she screamed that she would definitely help our hero defeat this monster. But they only had to watch as they were already hidden behind a huge ice wall. At that moment, the huge tentacles began to penetrate even through the protective shield. She understood that their messenger was in great danger for their sake. At this point, she began to pray, asking the goddess to grant them her mercy. Standing behind the magical wall of ice, the others also began to beg the goddess for mercy. After a while, they looked at our hero and thought he was badly wounded. But it seems that it was just a good act by Kang Yusin. He told them that someone was sending him telepathic messages. He had heard that the demons were sure to come to the archway and soon the world, which was overflowing with the light that the demons hated, would be plunged into darkness. He heard that he was told to stay out of their way and leave, or he would be in trouble too. His words made the girl break out in a cold sweat. She didn't know that such a thing was possible. Kang Yusong replied that there was no time to delay, and that it was imperative to get to the magic arch. The young lady loudly announced that she had a definite idea. Then she and our hero saddled two of the fastest horses and set off. Eventually, they accelerated. However, our hero's furry beast paid no attention to all this noise. The young man praised his pet for imitating the growling of the demons so well. Perfectly understanding his compliment, the furry creature simply meowed in response. However, our hero would be wise to refrain from using the shadow blade since he had already resorted to such a method. So he asked our darky to remove his thorns for a while. The girl turned to the young man and asked if they should have slowed down a bit. Kang Yusong replied, "No, you have to keep going as fast as you can." He knew that it was much more efficient to do everything according to his rules, because no one would say anything to the best player. That's how you should have used your legendary skill. It was the same legendary skill that Han Yusong had taken from Natasha Ivanova earlier. It allowed him to manipulate what the target or an unspecified number of people saw. This ability was not combined with the crowd control ability of the same rank or higher. After a while, our heroes arrived at the location of the Adventurers Guild. Kang Yusong wanted to enter the labyrinth, and the friendly girl told him that he needed to buy a special adventurer's ticket. However, they would have to wait forever because their ticket number was 216. To pass the time, our heroes went to the nearest bar, which was filled with noisy people. The girl told our hero that the place was a city called Garcia. It maintains neutrality and is located between the territories of the Holy Kingdom of Celestine and the Drago Empire. As the name suggests, the city was built around an ancient underground labyrinth known as the Land of Possibility. Enthusiastically, the young man replied to the girl that there was simply no better place to hide the archway. It was an ancient weapon of the Celestine people. After a while, it was their turn, and our hero reached for his ticket. The girl smilingly offered Kang Yusong to sign the papers to enter the labyrinth. Saint Alicia was about to sign, but our hero stopped her. According to the terms of the contract, no one is responsible for deaths in the labyrinth. Even if the hero's body or possessions are recovered, they become the property of the city. Would they really have to agree to such terms to get a license? The beautiful girl, the guild representative, replied with a smile that they would give everyone an equal chance to find great fortune in the labyrinth. Adventure comes with risk, so you have to accept the terms. And as our hero picked up a pen to sign the papers, he said aloud that this was a very neat disclaimer that actually demonstrated the value of life. After they signed the contract, the girl was overjoyed and wished them good luck. After a while, the protagonist and his new girlfriend entered an ancient maze. It was the first level, and they were ready to fight monsters. Our hero drew his beautiful sword. Suddenly, many rat-like monsters appeared in front of them and began to attack them. The young man barely managed to block the mouth of the sinister monster with his weapon, while Saint Alicia used her blessed fire magic to strike many of the monsters. Thanks to this coordinated action, they descended surprisingly fast and had already reached the 5th level. Of course, most of the credit went to our hero, but like a true gentleman, he complimented his companion. According to him, she's a great fighter because of the magic of the blessing. Saint Alicia noted that they encountered adventurers all along the way. They were holding back the magical beasts that were attacking them, thus opening up another passage. The girl was very grateful to them for being in such a hurry. Although, in truth, the young man realized that this was a hunting ground for these heroes, so they didn't need extra people. Our hero's beautiful companion rejoiced and said with a smile that when adventurers help each other fight, even demons do not seem so scary. But no sooner had our hero begun to reassure her than someone suddenly interrupted her and said in a loud voice that everyone else should welcome the newcomers. Suddenly, a large gang of local brigands appeared in front of our heroes. The most important of them, a tall, burly man, shouted at Kang Yusong, "How dare you enter the labyrinth without paying?" For the first time, Saint Alicia felt fear and a cold sweat ran down her back. She was addressed as if she were a commoner. Kang Yusong explained to her that there were such people in every standing labyrinth. Adventurers usually call them robbers or trappers. The big, burly man was very pleased that our hero knew all the intricacies of such labyrinths. He held out his hand and demanded that they give up everything they had. Suddenly, the girl rushed forward and loudly announced that she was willing to talk with them before giving them all their belongings. The protagonist decided to play along and tell the bandits a story. Of course, he started by telling them that in the beginning there were demons and other inhabitants of this world. Then these demons gathered and turned the world into ruins. By the way, our hero is an alien from another world who came to save everyone in this world. The bandits didn't understand what he was saying. He was talking nonsense. They started looking at each other as if he was speaking a foreign language. Suddenly, the hero turned to the girl and introduced her as the 37th saint of the Celestine sacred realm. Continuing to play his role perfectly, the young man smiled and asked for permission to pass without paying. There was a slight pause in the air for a while. A moment later, the entire band of bandits laughed out loud. Who does this young upstart think he is? This group of adventurers must have been scared out of their minds. Now, the girl was even more terrified. But Kang Yusong was well aware that their plan had failed, and now he would have to fight them. In the next second, he unsheathed his sword and charged with great speed, right into the middle of all the standing bandits. The biggest talker immediately lost his arm and cried out in pain as our hero continued to swing his sword, destroying one bandit after another. They shouted loudly and kept calling him bad names. At that time, a huge axe appeared behind our hero's back, and he barely had time to dodge it. After defending himself with his sword, the protagonist spotted another character. A girl stepped out of the shadows and asked him why he was touching her people. Smiling, she complimented Kang Yusong, adding that he was much more capable than he seemed before. Suddenly, Saint Alicia realized that this was the same girl she had met at the guild's reception desk earlier. As she tried to figure out what was going on, the young man explained that the guild was in cahoots with the bandits. They lure new players into dangerous situations and make them calculate the monetary value of their lives. If they can't be paid, their bodies are sold. After saying these words, a shiver ran through Saint Alicia's body. Her eyes went wide with animal fear. The recently friendly girl at the reception, now a sinister thug. She looked at Saint Alicia with a smile and realized that she was too naive. How could she become an adventurer? After that, without wasting any time, the girl rushed to attack, swinging her huge weapon. But our hero wasn't going to give up for nothing. He used his swords to easily block her blow, and with a smile, he advised her to watch her step. Suddenly, a dark, tentacle-like substance began to emerge from the ground, and the girl's attention was caught by this strange sound. In an instant, the entire room was filled with huge darky spikes that began to destroy one bandit after another. It was our little darky the kitten, purring loudly in a demonic voice. When it was over, Kang Yusong turned to Saint Alicia. The passage was already open and they could go on. But the girl was in such deep thought that she could not believe what had happened. As they passed through the dark casemates, they descended deeper and deeper as they continued their arduous journey. Because of their magical abilities, they were able to light the way. After a while, they stopped to rest. Kang Yusong said that they would stay here for the night and continue their journey in the morning. Saint Alicia was still sad. Her behavior was noticed by our protagonist. She looked very depressed after her encounter with the bandits. Surely, she wasn't used to encountering such things in her familiar world. In a quiet voice, the girl replied to our hero that the world was about to be destroyed and that people were still fighting each other. She didn't understand how this was possible. Has our hero gotten used to it? The young man immediately replied that he wasn't sure. And at that moment, he remembered the face of the headmaster of the Hero Academy. After a long pause, Kang Yusong added that the world was the same no matter where they ended up. And while the kindling in their fire was glowing and crackling pleasantly, Saint Alicia Celestine inquired about our hero's hometown. Kang Yusong explained that his hometown had experienced several crises, and they had no one like Saint Alicia. But after a while, when our hero came to his senses, he felt that everyone was looking out for themselves. Saint Alicia turned to Kang Yusong and asked him what he was doing. The hero turned to his beautiful companion and wondered what she was thinking. Sitting on the cold stone floor with her knees pressed tightly against her body, the girl thought for a while. She made a suggestion that seemed to our hero to be utter nonsense, and he laughed out loud. They sat for a long time near those huge stone columns, but in complete silence. As if expecting something, the young man found it too quiet. Suddenly, his old acquaintance appeared before him. The merchant. She offered to buy him another card. With a smile, the young man asked her for the list of items she had in stock. They had 2 levels to complete before the main mission began. A few days later, they had already reached the 100th level. Scary giant demons appeared in front of our heroes. Kang Yusong continued to fight the many snakes that were writhing on the cold ground with their sharp claws exposed. The main demon, flying through the air on its wings, continued to attack Kang Yusong. Meanwhile, Saint Alicia continued to recite the spells that protected her from the attacks of these terrible monsters. Our dark pet also came to the rescue, and thanks to its sharp spikes, it was able to destroy many reptiles. A moment later, Kang Yusong plunged his huge sword into the throat of the terrifying demon. The monster let out its last loud scream and was completely destroyed. At the last moment, the terrifying creature apologized to the demon god for betraying him and failing to protect his main treasure. Leaving her no chance of survival, the young man threw his magic sword at her and wished her a happy journey. His levels were raised. He was extremely tired of all the fiddling and constant fighting. Still, a new achievement. 10,000 points were obtained. As a special reward, he received a card with a random ability. This information made him even angrier. Did the demons really have a problem with punctuality? Why did they always show up when he had already passed the test? Saint Alicia was incredibly happy about such an event and praised our hero while a beautiful-looking green emerald light appeared above them. It seemed to be the arch they had been searching for so long. Or rather, a part of it. Kang Yusong stretched out his hand and was surprised by the item. It looked too simple to be an ancient weapon. New message. The object of the mission has been received. Fragment of an arc. A second later, a magical portal appeared above our heroes' heads. It was the maze itself, through which they could get out. Once on the surface, the girl said that she was extremely relieved that they had finally made it out of that stuffy, dark dungeon. But no sooner had they rejoiced than Saint Alicia saw a large number of soldiers in front of her. A beautiful knight in mighty and expensive armor greeted her. Thanks to them, he had fulfilled his imperial mission to place the arch. In his opinion, the power of the ark should be in his hands. He knew that they had some of this treasure, so he asked them to give it away. Saint Alicia informed Kang Yusong that he was the first prince of the Drago Empire. Knight kept convincing them that they should give up some of this arch. However, the girl disagreed, saying that she couldn't do that because the power of the arch had to be used to protect the world from demons. At that moment, the knight's voice took on a completely demonic appearance. He held out his hand, showing that he already had a certain fragment of this arch. And when he gathers the missing elements, all demons will bow to his will. The young man wasted no time in drawing his sword and preparing for battle. He replied to the knight that the item from the quest had come to him of its own accord, and he had no intention of giving it up. Drago then ordered his knights to destroy our hero and his companion. Now is the time to prove your loyalty and bravery. At that moment, the knights raised their swords high above their heads, ready for battle. The system informed our hero that the first prince of the Drago Empire and his loyal guards had come for the power of the arch. At that moment, Saint Alicia began chanting her spells, and Kang Yusong pointed a huge number of flying swords at the knights. The girl helped the young man and activated her magic buffs, protection, armor, and magic and valor. It seemed that these knights didn't stand a chance against our heroes. The prince was furious. One of his commanders advised them to retreat, but they failed, and many warriors continued to die. In this case, Drago wasted no time in resorting to the latter scenario. With a sharp movement, he squeezed a piece of the magic crystal, and it shattered into small pieces. At that moment, a disturbing message appeared in front of Kang Yusong's face. The first prince of the empire is using the power of the arch. He realized that something very serious was coming, so he turned to the girl and told her the news. Kang Yusong activated the shield. Meanwhile, huge energy vortices began to spread from the spot where the beautiful prince had just stood. A moment later, a huge, terrifying monster appeared on the surface, and the knights couldn't believe their eyes. It seemed that their highness had become a completely different person from the one they knew before. Drago's eyes glowed with red fire, and he was ready to destroy everyone around him. He shouted loudly that they were useless and complete nobodies. After that, He began to eliminate one soldier after another, moving toward Kang Yusong. Realizing that they might be in big trouble, the young man recommended that Saint Alicia update her buffs. The girl briefly replied in agreement. At that moment, our protagonist activated his defensive magic. He also asked the girl to use earthquake and fire potions. The next moment, the entire surface shook violently, and huge flames began to swirl around the prince, who was now a giant monster. Seconds later, our protagonist appeared behind him and rushed to attack. His movements were so fast and furious that he struck one blow after another, causing Prince Drago great fear and cries of pain. It made him very angry. Does he really think that he can't catch him and the young man will hide in the fire all the time? However, he didn't stand a chance against the strength of Kang Yusong, who didn't stop smiling and circled around the sinister knight while delivering his many blows. A second later, high in the sky, he waved his sword and said that power had intoxicated this knight, so he could not see and was completely blind. At that moment, the fate of that monster was sealed. Thanks to Kang Yusong's weapon and his strength, the monster fell to the ground and died. At the last moment, the monster wailed with a terrible grimace, and the battle was over. The system informed our hero that a new mission item, a missing fragment of the arch, had been received. Suddenly, right in front of our hero's eyes, a huge pillar of light appeared above his head, and this beautiful ray of light came straight from the sky. Kang Yusong thought it was a third-rate scene from a mobile game. Emerald-colored swirls continued to swirl around him, and suddenly, the missing item was formed from the small pieces. Saint Alicia knew exactly what it was. The young man reached out his hands and took the object for himself. It was the perfect ending to the quest. He had now reached level 50 and could enter the Awakening Tower. Our protagonist held this magical object out to Saint Alicia to take for herself. However, the girl did not dare, as she felt unworthy of possessing such a powerful crystal. However, Kang Yusong was very persuasive and convinced her to take the item so that it wouldn't go to the Drago Empire. It's better to use such a thing yourself than to give it to some rascals, Kang Yusong said and put the stone into Alicia's hand with some pressure. The girl kept muttering that she couldn't be so irresponsible with the incomparable and dangerous power of the arch. Kang Yusong replied that in his experience, madmen who destroy the world by force usually do so because of the burden of responsibility. However, the saint will not fight alone, but alongside our protagonist. This crystal will surely help her. At that moment, the two spiritual forces merged, and the girl felt better after hearing his words. Kang Yusong heaved a sigh of relief and said that he was also happy to see such a beautiful end to the mission. At that moment, another system message informed him that he had cleared this sword and magic tower and could teleport back. Endless messages continued to appear, telling him that by obtaining the arch, Saint Alicia had stopped the demon invasion and kept peace on the continent. Now she trusted our hero even more, and as a special reward, a secret storyline was unlocked. It was a beautiful sunny morning and our hero, lying in his bed, habitually looked at his phone. He had only cleared one tower, and it had been a whole week. He thought it would be a great break, but it seems he got too carried away. But maybe he was wrong, because in recent news reports, journalists have been very flattering about him. His development is so rapid that he will most likely sweep all the towers this year. Even though it was only the middle of January, he had more important things on his mind. A few hours later, our protagonist once again ran towards another tower late at night to enter it. Journalists ran after him as before, trying to catch him for interviews. In a moment, our hero disappeared and found himself in a new tower, much to the surprise of everyone gathered. But this time, they were extremely puzzled because there was no information about this tower. Everyone began to look around, many of them in shock. It seemed to be a very serious awakening tower. When our hero opened his eyes inside the new magical structure, he heard someone's voice. "I have been waiting for you, child of 1,000 faces and 1,000 talents." With a stern voice, Kang Yusong replied that this time he would disregard all the nonsense he heard. He was ready to face the test. An endless number of mirrors appeared in front of him, showing his reflection in different poses and with different weapons. Kang Yusong was extremely impatient. Despite what our hero said, someone was ready to start this game with him. Right here, right now. Suddenly, with a sharp blow, all the mirrors shattered into small pieces. The battle had begun. Our hero walked forward with a confident step and heard the crunch of glass under his feet, while someone else appeared in front of him. This someone asked him if our hero wasn't surprised by his appearance. But the young man had no time to answer these silly questions. He prepared to attack. His opponent, wearing a strange clown mask, did the same. After a moment, their blows collided and huge swirls of energy and lightning began to fly in all directions. Without wasting any time, Kang Yusong rushed to attack and prepared his best sword. But his masked opponent did the same. He repeated all of our hero's movements exactly. The young man realized that this imposter was doing exactly what he was doing. Such actions were repeated again and again. He fought his reflection every season, but every time he was uncomfortable with the thought. He was ready to call his dark kitten named Darky for help, but the masked man was able to repel this attack with ease. And in the same second, in the same mirror-like manner, he used the same attack on our hero. Kang Yusong barely had time to raise Seraphim's defensive shield. He also had a blessing that deflected his enemy's deadly blows. However, in this difficult battle, the protagonist tried to enlist the help of his Darky sidekick once again. The system reported that this was not possible in this zone. This time, Darkish didn't work, and our hero barely managed to dodge another attack that destroyed his magic shield. This time it was very challenging. He had already received some wounds, but he had no choice but to rush forward again to attack. A moment later, the two heroes' swords plunged into each other's bodies. Their attack is as swift as it is reflected in nature. When the young man saw his reflection in the mask, he knew exactly how it would end. His opponent kept convincing our hero that he could be anything he wanted to be, hero or villain. It was up to him, but Kang Yusong watched silently and did not react. However, unlike the masked man, he still had a chance to finish this battle. Both heroes raised their hands to each other's heads. But Kang Yusong did it deliberately to unmask his reflection. He knew that this magic trick would put an end to the clown's endless chatter. After a moment, the young man was able to remove the mask from that incomprehensible creature's face. The next moment, there was no trace of him, as if he had vanished into thin air. Kang Yusong then put the mask on his face. As he raised his head, he wondered if there was someone here who still needed to be dealt with. At that moment, a demonic voice began to grow louder, and the patron who was pleased with his presence appeared in front of him. This strongest deity was pleased with the appearance of his child, who possessed 1,000 talents. Now he was to take on another new face and another new talent. At that time, in one of the best hospitals in the city, our old acquaintance was in a hurry somewhere. He was obviously in a hurry to visit someone. A few moments later, the man, who was barely out of breath, entered the ward. There was Kang Yusong, covered in bandages and connected to an intravenous drip. The man was curious to know the condition of his patient. Meanwhile, the young man continued to amuse himself by looking at the system's alerts. He was happy to see his friend. When he heard Kang Yusong's next jokes, the man smiled. Judging by his sharp tongue, the young man was clearly feeling better by now. One of the most important representatives of the Secret Service convinced our hero that he had to get out of bed and stop pretending. The world awaits him for new heroics. Pointing to the bandaged part of his chest, Kang Yusong didn't understand why his friend wanted to force him to go to work with a hole. But the man was adamant. He was sure that our hero had taken a healing potion and used his healing ability. However, it was not a simple wound. Kang Yusong's ruler was quite peculiar. This time, his awakening went as usual. With a sigh, the young man agreed with this conclusion. It wasn't that serious. Awakening, which is available at level 50, has a different appearance depending on the ruler. In Kang Yusong's case, the reward for overcoming himself was his own talent. In other words, all the cards and stats he'd previously earned. Just as he was about to teleport back to the real world while wearing the clown mask, he received a huge amount of messages from the system. And one of those messages was whether he wanted to use the pooling of all his skills to replace them with a new skill, Oculus. Kang Yusong was burning with curiosity. Even though he had gotten everything he wanted, he was still curious about the new mission. His handler told him that he had to find a rabid villain and beat him up. It was a rarity for their day. At that moment, Kang Yusong saw a terrifying image of huge, terrifying fires. It seemed that a serial arsonist was rampaging through the city, and it was imperative that he be found and punished. Like a fiery orchestra, the conductor waved his magic wand and set fire to house after house. This character clearly enjoyed everything that was going on. He called himself the Honorable Maestro. He was ready to show all these people their place in life through his outstanding art. New fiery explosions rang out here and there. The maestro wanted to set the whole world on fire and spread the flames to all parts of the nation. The conductor was Baek Dong-soo. The fire ruler just admired his actions and lavished his gifts on him. Baek Dong-soo was very happy about this news and message from the system. Was there really only one Fire Lord who understood his magnificent art? However, men with guns appeared behind him, ready to arrest him. But he didn't. He was ready to face them. But there was someone else in that crowd of specially armed soldiers, and that someone was our hero. The tower he had just entered was level 4. It had no shops, and the number of players allowed was limited to 4. The goal of this raid was to defeat another enemy. Looking back at everything that happened in this town, Kang Yusong realized that this player was not a hero, but someone who would set the world on fire. He's a typical psychopath. A moment later, our protagonist found himself in the arena, as if he were facing a gladiatorial duel with his opponent. At this point, the crowd shouted triumphantly. To the delight of everyone, 2 strong heroes were standing in the middle of this coliseum. Maestro was surprised to see our hero, but Kang Yusong realized that he was just an ordinary psycho, so he prepared his weapon and wanted to punish him. The man with the red tie greeted a familiar character, our hero. Could someone like Kang Yusong really understand the form of his magnificent art? But the young man didn't understand his jokes. He had no idea why the world was full of such crazy idiots. Hearing these words, Baek Dong-soo's attitude changed drastically. How dare he devalue his art and call him such crude words? At that moment, he loudly cast a magic spell. A special ability called Hellfire Orchestra began to fly in all directions like a symphony orchestra, throwing our hero to great distances with explosions. The flute, the trumpet, and all the other fiery musical instruments continued to fly at Kang Yusong with a huge stream of blows. However, the young man deflected all the attacks with a smile. He was ready to fight on, but a huge kettle drum appeared above his head. It frightened our hero. It turned out that he was caught in one of the maestro's clever traps. Suddenly, Kang Yusong broke through the magic fire shell with his weapon and jumped up. He shouted loudly that it wasn't enough to catch him. However, he was tired of all this mouse playing. It was time to end it. As soon as he said that, the 2 giant parts of the large musical cymbals came together like a giant vice, trapping our hero between them. At that moment, Kang Yusong resisted with all his might. Baek Dong-soo was ecstatic. He couldn't believe that he had created such a beautiful symphony. It was just great. A smile never left our hero's face as he tried to strike the next second thanks to the remaining image. But the maestro dodged, and the young man was very surprised. However, this psycho was already quite wounded. He didn't understand how the illusion and magic used by our hero could talk to him. Kang Yusong replied with a smile that he wasn't going to explain everything to him. He was able to use his spell. Oculus allows you to manipulate what a target or an unspecified number of people see. At that moment, a huge number of copies of our hero appeared on this theater stage, surrounding the maestro on all sides. Now that the musician was about to give his last performance, our hero had to destroy him. He gave him a chance to have his last word before he died. But the man wasn't about to give up just yet. Smiling and holding a certain fiery object in his hands, he loudly declared that his art would never die, and at that moment, a bright flash illuminated everything around him. Kang Yusong was surprised. As the fire died down and the smoke cleared, the system reported that he had won the duel. The goal was achieved, and he had to get out of this tower. However, the young man was well aware that a player could not kill another player in this tower. Therefore, he had to stop this psycho and finish him off on his way out of the tower. He tried to find a place where Baek Dong-soo could have teleported to. It was France. Kang Yusong immediately decided to go to that place. With the conductor's wand in his hands, The man was clearly aware that he was being followed. He tried to run away. Looking down from above, our hero declared that he was ready to destroy him here and now. With that, he bared his sword and rushed into the attack, delivering one blow after another. Unable to resist, the maestro tried to defend himself somehow, but he had no chance to resist such powerful and fast attacks from our hero. Suddenly, his weapon hit a golden light magic defense. Kang Yusong was very surprised and couldn't believe his eyes. A certain unknown group of people appeared in front of him. One of the warriors held out his hand and advised Kang Yusong to drop his weapon. The protagonist didn't understand what the Saint Mary Hunter, the guild leader of the Order of the Knights of Salvation, was doing here. The girl replied that the French government had asked them to assist in the investigation of the criminal. They had been on standby ever since they received the information that the exit from the tower led to this very place. The young man laughed. Perhaps she would help him put a hole in the stomach of that arsonist psycho. He pointed at the maestro. But the girl told him with all severity that she could not allow the man to be killed, adding that murder during arrest was allowed only under certain circumstances. The main character couldn't stop laughing. She sounded like a saint. It all seemed like an anecdote to him. However, the beautiful girl with the emerald eyes admonished that there was no need to be like this man since he behaved like a monster. They argued, and Kang Yusen said that killing a devious player like that was nothing. The girl didn't hold back her emotions at that moment as she continued to defend this character on the ground. In her opinion, the young man did not realize that his act could have global consequences. At this time, a gloating smile appeared on the arsonist's face. A moment later, with a wave of his wand, everything was engulfed in flames. But his attack failed, and the young men looked at him with great regret. Baek Dong-su cried. Wasn't the attack supposed to come from inside the barrier? Kang Yusong wondered. The girl pointed her finger in our hero's direction, trying to convince him that she was not trying to protect herself, but him. The culprit was caught, and that was the end of the incident. They'll take him where he needs to go, so Kang Yusong can go back home and rest. In that case, the young man had no choice but to comply with her request. He turned around, lowered his eyes, and started to walk away, muttering to himself that he had wasted his time. Of course, it was a clever trick, because in the next second, the already familiar dark shapes of magical spikes appeared under his feet and began to fly in a huge whirlwind around him. However, the girl smilingly told our hero that his pathetic attempts to attack were futile, as her protective barrier was too good. Kang Yusong reluctantly exhaled, realizing that there was nothing left for him to catch. At that moment, the Dark One transformed back into a huge beast and tried to swallow the maestro along with the protective barrier, opening its mouth wide. The girl was extremely surprised by this unusual phenomenon that she had never seen before. In a moment, there was no trace of Baek Dong-su left. All that's left is a large pool of blood. The young man raised his hands as if he was under arrest. The system reported that his provocation score had skyrocketed. At this point, the clown ruler became hysterical over Kang Yusong's actions. Standing with his hands in the air and surrounded by soldiers, he asked the crowd if they knew how many people had died because of this crazy arsonist. There were children among them, so he could not spare him. Trivially, there was not a single reason to do so. The rogue players are destroying the world faster than the towers. Do they really disagree with that? The girl seemed to be arguing with him again. As if to continue the girl's words, the young man finished her thought. It is said that whoever punches a hole in the monster's stomach will eventually become the monster himself. Well, so be it. Suddenly, he felt someone's hand on him. At that moment, all the warriors around him lowered their weapons. This gesture meant that there was no danger from our hero. Looking into Kang Yusong's eyes, the girl said that he was definitely not a monster and could be free. Sometime later, in a hotel in the city, a young man could barely get close to his phone, which was filled with the terrifying screams of his handler. The man was extremely displeased with his humanity. Kang Yusong couldn't understand what was wrong. After all, his handler was the one who asked for the arsonist to be removed. He had done everything right. However, the man reminded him that he had not ordered him to kill the psychopath in public. After all, the headlines were all over the news that the Hero King had gone too far with his power. The French government is begging this man to bring our hero back. He's found a plane for him for tomorrow night, so he has to go home. However, the young man still has some things to do. Is he really going to do anything else? One more prank and our handler will punish him for sure. Kang Yusong replied with a smile that he also had a private life and the right to manage his free time. As soon as he's done, he'll let his handler know that he's ready to go home. The young man was ready to hang up the phone, because on the other end of the line there was still loud yelling and cursing at our hero. The young man exhaled and thanked his assistant for his help. He wasn't alone in the room. He then turned to the girl sitting on the bed. Kang Yusong said that he owed her, and this was the least he could do for her. The beautiful girl thanked him for such an act. She was happy to hear it. When she settled down on the soft bed, our macho man made her feel at home. Obviously, he was expecting more. But the girl suddenly got up and said that they would see each other tomorrow morning in Paris. Her attitude did not go unnoticed. Kang Yusong immediately replied in a frustrated voice that she was very good at setting limits. Was she going to say nothing to him? With a slight smile, the girl replied that this was the end of their conversation and wished him good night. But as soon as she stepped out and slammed the door, she looked down and wondered if she should have asked Kang Yusong for the favor he was willing to do for her. Well, a new tower called Revolutionary War Tower, Level 6. Scenario format. Revolutionary wars and system clashes await our player. The maximum number of players is 12. The shop was unavailable. The purpose of the raid is to complete the scenario. Another attack and another shield, thanks to which our hero not only saved his life, but also the lives of the people in that expensive carriage. A moment later, he aimed huge ice spikes at the attacker. Then he turned to the girl next to him for help. There was a bridge ahead of them, so they should have blocked the enemy's path right there. They had to protect the nobles of the king's faction from the revolutionary army. With a sharp jump, our hero got out of the carriage, and then the two of them began to swing their weapons, cutting this stone bridge in half like butter. A moment later, they were standing on the half of the bridge that was already behind the carriage, which had safely left the dangerous place. Now they were ready for battle. But suddenly someone asked them to cease firing and lay down their weapons. The unnamed person said that our heroes could stop because he did not understand what they were doing here. However, there were a large number of armed men behind him. He tried to talk to our heroes. Had they not previously fought for the good of the revolutionary army, for the New World Order? Suddenly, the man shouted loudly that only by bringing the saint back to their side would they be able to win. Then he began to sob like a little child. Why doesn't she fight alongside him for a just cause? But the girl, closing her eyes, bowed her head and didn't know what to say. According to the man, she was on the side of the corrupt royal family. He urged her to come back and help him. They don't want to fight her. Kang Yusong seemed to understand what she needed his help for now, and what favor she had asked him for earlier. It turned out that this world was not her first, and she had been in similar situations before. Saint Alicia Celestine explained to our hero that she first entered this tower through a level 5 tower. Freedom, equality, unity. She didn't hesitate to fight alongside the rest of her group. It all sounded very familiar to our hero. It was like the slogans of the Great French Revolution. Kang Yusong realized that those who believed they were fighting for a just cause were now her enemies. That's probably why she feels like a hypocrite. The girl replied that access to the tower is limited, and if they think ahead, they must defeat all who oppose them. Their goal is to get to the level 6 tower and clear it. Because if they stay on their side, on the side of the army, they will stay here like that. Our protagonist exhaled and declared, "So be it. They will do what they have to do to get to the next level." His words brought a smile to the girl's face. She was glad he was around. The whole time they were hidden behind the magic dome. One of the soldiers was watching them. But suddenly, the captain of the squad was struck by a powerful blow from our hero. The young man did not like being called dear guests. Preparing a new batch of magic arrows, he turned to his friend and asked her who she thought they were. That was his last warning. The bridge is destroyed, and now our hero asks them to leave. They don't want to spill any more blood. After coming to his senses, the captain explains that he can't back down even if he dies. And if he has to die, he will do it by fighting. He then put on his armor, and a magical aura began to spread over his body. After his short and loud command, All the other warriors also put on their armor and prepared to attack with magic. Shouting that they were fighting for freedom and equality, the captain and all his crew members aimed powerful magical shots that looked like giant bullets at our heroes. Violent explosions erupted beneath Alicia and Kang Yusong's feet, and they barely had time to dodge. At this time, the girl began to pray and use her magic to achieve the desired effects in this battle. She continued to recite one spell after another. Kang Yusong noticed that the effect of the holy armor had increased by 1,000%. Suddenly, everything seemed to slow down for him, and his movements became extremely fast and slow at the same time. As he continued to fight and throw punches, he felt like a character in a Matrix movie named Neo. But suddenly, the girl's scream brought him to his senses. She told him to step back, because now it was her turn to attack. But in the next second, to her surprise, the daylight began to fade and a dark shroud covered everything around her. She didn't understand what was going on, being surrounded by a dark cloud, and turned to our hero for help. Ignoring her pleas, the young man continued to fight, dealing another blow to his enemies. He realized that it would be more difficult at level 6. However, he was forced to use his dark magic because it was extremely hard for him to fight at the moment. He motioned to Alicia to activate her magic shield. However, the girl replied loudly, asking him to lift his veil of absolute darkness, or else she wouldn't be able to fight in this battle. Kang Yusong replied that he didn't need her help as he continued to deliver powerful and swift sword strikes. Sitting on his huge black animal, he explained that her presence would improve the performance of all the effects in this battle. He was well aware that experience points were shared equally, so she didn't need to worry. His words took the girl by surprise, and thanks to her, he was able to finish everything quickly. An entertaining image appeared in front of Saint Alicia Celestine. Our hero was riding a huge cat, and the bodies of fallen warriors were scattered all around him. The girl closed her eyes and thought for a moment. Our hero and his animal approached her and offered her a seat so they could continue their journey. They had to find one of the king and catch up with him. Saint Alicia was worried about the town they were going to, because everything they did here might be in vain. A moment later, our heroes were wading through the water on a giant cat. Kang Yusin seemed to be enjoying it immensely. With the effects that Saint Alicia has on his abilities in battle, he will be able to kill all enemies because he may not get another chance. The girl had no choice but to cling to her new friend and follow his orders. A moment later, they were rushing across the stone bridge to new battles, seeing the vast ruins and the massive fire in the city before them. All the inhabitants of this settlement were terrified by what was happening and tried to find shelter and escape. Sitting on a horse, one of the men used his sword to continue killing innocent townspeople, for that was the Duke's order, to dismember all supporters of the old system, not even sparing children. It was a horrible sight for our heroes, the likes of which they had never seen before. Bodies of the dead were strewn everywhere, and all the buildings were in flames. Saint Celestine was deeply shocked by what she saw, for the Duke's city was in ruins. She couldn't understand why the revolutionaries didn't want the innocent to live, but Kang Yusong interrupted her and added that this was the way of every ideology. At that moment, he drew his sword. He said that the same thing would have happened to the people of the city they had fled from, but the nobles had fled first. Suddenly, the system informed our heroes that the Duke's personal guards were blocking their way. They were soldiers. With a smile, Kang Yusong noted that they were no longer revolutionaries fighting for a just cause, but mere assassins. But in a few minutes, the fate of these warriors would be sealed. Kang Yusong snapped his fingers and darkness fell. After a while, when our two heroes were already on the surface, curious journalists from all sides gathered around them. Everyone wanted to know about this raid. But as soon as the girl said that it was for the safety of all countries, Kang Yusong interrupted her conversation with the reporters. He jokingly said that it had been a hot night for her in every way. Of course, he was referring to his new friend, Saint Alicia. The girl looked at Kang Yusong in horror, but he continued to tease her with a smile. According to him, there was nothing else for a man and a woman to do in the tower at night but to make love. To his great surprise, Alicia began to scream and make excuses. She was furious. After all, it's not what everyone thought. Kang Yusung was surprised by this reaction because she had said that he was precious to her and that she was happy to have them together. They continued to argue for a while until the journalists could not believe that they had such a rare opportunity to see the emotions of two strong characters. Nevertheless, the provocation statistics are rising at a staggering rate. Our hero was in the peculiar position of a clown monarch, lying on the ground with his stomach clenched. Kang Yusung continued to watch as the girl gave interviews to all the reporters present. At that time, a new message informed our hero that the ghost monarch was rewarding him with a ghostly set of skill cards, and the monarch assassin is rewarding him with a set of assassination skill cards. He was very pleased to see all these messages, so he decided to check his vitals by opening the screen. All the major online publications wrote about this interview with our heroes. Teasing his friend, Kang Yusung turned to the girl. Saying they were just friends was a bit late. The wise Alicia had no choice but to respond to these pleasant words with a smile. It was the entrance to the Tower of the Ice Dead. Our heroes saw before them a huge army of ice-breathing skeletons and their lord, a flying dragon. They would have to fight all these monsters. Kang Yusung rubbed his hands in anticipation of the upcoming battle. However, Saint Alicia Celestine was not willing to give in to him this time and prepared to strike first, after which she activated her weapon. The girl explained that she needed to cool off a bit after a hot night. Most likely, our heroes did just that. After that, the beam of light destroyed all the ice dead present with tremendous force and power. A system message appeared in front of our heroes that they had cleared the tower. The two of them then conducted successful raids for a month. They cleared the tower of insurmountable defenses. After a while, the Tomb Raiders Tower was defeated, as well as the Monster Hunters Tower. They continued their successful raids, and after a while, they arrived at the airport building where the girl was saying goodbye to Kang Yusung. He turned to her and asked her if she wanted to kiss him goodbye. Saint Alicia replied that he seemed unconcerned in such a situation. That sounded like a compliment to Kang Yusung. "That's right, that's your compliment," the girl replied. She laughed and added that she was very happy to have such a trustworthy player. Well, they parted in this pleasant atmosphere of friendship. Kang Yusung promised to see her again soon. As they parted, Saint Alicia asked our hero to be careful on his way back and thanked him for all he had done for the world. Already on the plane, Kang Yusung thought about her farewell words. It was obvious, even if many people didn't realize it, that working together was much more efficient. But national interests always come first. No one can be trusted. He continued to stroke his black pet. Suddenly, the furry creature spoke with a human voice. It resented that the protagonist took so long to scratch it. The young man was stunned. He hadn't expected his tame animal to speak at all. The cat replied that it had evolved to speak. Kang Yusung wondered why it was talking to him now. The black pet replied that she was tired of flirting with that woman, and our hero had better open the deck of cards he got as a reward. Having said that, Kang Yusung immediately turned to all the cards he had received earlier. Cat advised him to pray, as he was bound to get a hero level. The young man was anticipating the next unique rewards he would receive. If the cards give so much, once he unlocks them all, he'll be invincible. He touched his finger to the screen, and the system informed him that he had purchased the Shadow Assassin class. Dark swirls of our pet flew all over the cabin of the plane. Even the cat seemed to be surprised. The synergy of darkness and the synergy of killing complement each other and increase the effect. After that, Kang Yusung added that they would definitely find a tower to test all the upgrades. He bade his cat good night, and she purred in return. Our hero returned to his city, where the sky was still full of towers. Everyone was surprised by Kang Yusung's appearance, for he was a famous hero king. No one could understand what he was doing here. It was the entrance to some kind of club or dark cellar. But our hero came here on purpose. A moment later, he woke up the man who had fallen asleep at the table by shouting. The protagonist was unhappy that this man didn't come to meet him until 9 in the morning. When the young man came to his senses after another night of drinking, he replied that he had a bad headache and couldn't understand what Kang Yusung wanted from him. Our hero replied that he would count to 3, and the young man had better get up and follow him. A second later, Kang Yusung dodged a glass that flew past him and hit the wall. With swollen eyes, the young man turned to our hero. How could someone like him really be able to order him around? Maybe he doesn't know who his father is? His father was the head of Anna's company. After saying that, the young man tried to kick our hero away. But suddenly, Kang Yusong grabbed his head. He smiled and said that this guy was his father's latest disappointment. Once outside, the protagonist shouted loudly to everyone present to disperse, while his ward continued to swear profanely and asked to be released. Looking back at the events of the past few days, Kang Yusong regretted hiring one of the players. He just wanted to test his new skills. And the right case came along. The head of the academy replied that there was a promising newcomer who had woken up this season. Our hero couldn't believe that this was the man he was holding by the hair. He had heard that this guy was able to clear a level 3 tower. The young man excitedly explained that he now realized who was in front of him. It was a hero king who would guide him to the 4th level tower for free. The alcohol had evaporated from his head. Kang Yusong was surprised by his words. After all, he was able to pass through the 3rd-tier tower with ease. Personality and talent are completely incompatible. A moment later, they entered a tower called the Butcher's Shop. A young man was standing next to our hero in armor, holding a sword in his right hand. Suddenly, Kang Yusong kicked him hard in the buttocks and ordered him to show what he could do. In front of the hero's eyes, giant butchers appeared, holding large axes for cutting meat. After a moment, they began throwing them at the young man, who barely dodged the blows. Kang Yusong watched the scene with a kind of disdain. He asked the young man to show what he could do, for he would not listen to the advice of those who were weaker than him. But the young man ran from one side to the other in fear as he dodged the butcher's blows. If something happened to him, Kang Yusong would be in great trouble. The protagonist knew that his ward had a great weapon, but he had no idea how to use it. He had a lot to learn. The young man could no longer bear the full burden of such a battle and asked Kang Yusong to save him. The protagonist used the shadow cloning technique and rushed in, preparing to strike. It was a special attribute of darkness. In a moment, thanks to his black pet, all those butchers were destroyed. The next second, a horrible-looking, bloodthirsty flying mouse appeared above their heads and rushed towards them. But even here, our hero had to show off his skills. He activated a technique called Blood Thrower. With this, he was able to summon the bloodthirsty spirits. In an instant, all of these flying creatures were destroyed thanks to the huge arms. Kang Yusong, who was still joking with his charge, turned to the young man. It might be time to change his diaper. The young man obviously didn't like his words. The protagonist patted the young man's shoulder and said that he wasn't being rude, but just giving him extra motivation to succeed. The young man obviously realized that this was just a nice flattery that our hero had just made up. Suddenly, Kang Yusong's tone changed, and he said that this young man wasn't ready to hear the truth that he was actually a piece of crap and not a player. Kang Yusong activated a new card. It was an assassin's warning technique. Special black marker. The young man was terrified. He didn't understand what Kang Yusong had done. The black mark was set. A moment later, he began to tear from the inside out, and blood spurted from his mouth. Kang Yusong said that the Hero King doesn't work with people like him. Therefore, if the young man thinks that the event is unfair, he will always be able to defeat him in battle. He waved his hand with a smile and said goodbye. New message. The player has failed the raid. After a moment, the teleporter took them back to the city. To the surprise of everyone present, they didn't realize what was going on. The upstart in armor was still kneeling on the ground in front of Kang Yusong. The protagonist told him in a stern voice that he was able to kill him painlessly. Doesn't he realize that he is dead? His words enraged the young man. How dare he kill him? If Dad finds out, he'll be in trouble. To his sharp remark, the protagonist laughingly replied that he himself would tell everything that had happened. However, the young man kept convincing our hero that he didn't realize how much trouble he was in. Suddenly, Kang Yusong approached him and asked him a question in a strict voice while raising his middle finger. Isn't he going to hire a hitman? In that case, the head of the company would become his personal enemy. Kang Yusong pointed his bloody finger at the young upstart and asked him, does he think he's special? It wasn't like that at all. Suddenly, system notifications appeared in front of our players. It was a new season update. Race through the maze. And it's already here. 999 mazes await players. The clown monarch had a strong influence on the tower rules. This really displeased Kang Yusong, but he had no choice but to follow the rules. The system reported that it congratulated him, and he was selected to run in the labyrinth. A moment later, Kang Yusong was surrounded by a small group of beginners. One of them was already very familiar to us. He was holding his head in a facepalm pose, because in front of him on the ground were a spoiled child and rookies who couldn't do anything yet. One of the attendees recognized our hero Kang Yusong as the Hero King. Team A was written on the ground. It looked like they had to work together. The man was obviously overjoyed because he felt that he had been saved, and now he would have to fight on the same team as Kang Yusong. At this point, while the protagonist couldn't believe what had happened, a new notice appeared behind his back, listing the rules of the 999 labyrinth. Everyone began to read this long list. You can respawn if you are killed by another player. In a moment of danger, they must not be afraid to kill each other. Especially since they have a Hero King with them, they have nothing to worry about. After a while, this small group of players made their way to a new entrance called Manhunter's Jungle. They all had different levels. They received a blessing. In a moment, the group began to fight the monsters that were attacking them from all sides. Thanks to this blessing, they have made great progress. To the surprise of everyone, he used his magic and fought selflessly. Our hero realized that even the novice players were here for a reason. This separation was meant to balance the teams. Perhaps other teams had veterans of the game. No wonder they looked like easy prey. He asked all the players to gather in one place. Suddenly, black swirls of a familiar beast began to circle around this team of humans. Kang Yusong smiled and told them that they had guests. A moment later, a new group of players appeared in front of our hero, and he easily dispatched all of them with quick swipes of his sword. Rule number 5 stated that if 3 players were killed, the entire team would be disqualified. Suddenly, 2 of those players knew exactly what they were talking about, and at the same second, some long tentacles appeared above their heads. The system reported that Team C was out of the game. Kang Yusong was extremely surprised by what he had just seen. It seemed that the labyrinth itself was able to undo these 2 players and remove them from the game. Rule number 2. If a player is killed by the labyrinth, he cannot be resurrected even after the labyrinth is cleared. Someone from above was watching our team, but to his great surprise, Kang Yusong appeared behind him. This player did not expect his target to appear so suddenly. The man with the shaky voice muttered that he was a Hero King fan, but Kang Yusong replied with a smile that he had already figured it out. He then asked where the rest of his team was. Seconds later, this player flew towards the rest of his gang. He thundered that he had found another group, and now they all rushed out to find them. As they ran, the young man reported that one of them was dangerous, but the others posed no threat. They would have to deal with the strongest one first. Of course, it was a trap skillfully set by Kang Yusong. The warrior who ran first ended up betraying his group. He said that he was sorry and that it was nothing personal. A giant mouth appeared above all those players. In the last seconds of their lives, they could only scream that their friend had turned out to be a traitor. Moments later, the system reported that Team B was out of the game. So our protagonist continued to eliminate one team after another. They had no chance to win in this maze. A short time later, he received another notification that he had passed the season renewal. All the players in the A team were overjoyed. They had won. Achievement points are awarded to all players. A random blessing card is also given to the team. We had to choose one team member to receive this prize. If there is a disagreement, no player will receive the award. Kang Yusong explained that he did all the work, so the award is his. Perhaps someone disagrees with this decision. To his surprise, there was a man who disagreed with such words. He was the son of the CEO of a large company. The young man in the armor said that one of the tickets was his. In that case, he'd turn a blind eye to what happened in the tower. The other player next to him began to shout loudly because he hadn't even stubbed his toe. They began to argue and push each other. The young man forcefully threw his opponent away, while others present suggested that they stop and break up the fight. Kang Yusong watched the 2 players shouting at each other. His face changed dramatically. He was extremely unhappy with what he saw. A girl and a young man offered to draw lots to decide who would get the prize. But in the next second, Both of the ruffians were beheaded by Kang Yusong's weapon. The main character added that everyone should have a conscience because they had already earned experience points and achievements for doing nothing. He then turned to the two remaining players. Do any of you really think you deserve a second ticket? The two novice players silently agreed with his words and had nothing to say in response. Kang Yusong decided to open a random blessing ticket, but he already had one. The system reported that he had received the fireproof blessing and the sail of the crosswind. Even his black pet lying in his legs was teasing the protagonist. Suddenly, the system suggested that Kang Yusong combine the two blessings into one. Of course, it was very reasonable. He now received a new blessing, the Fire Shield. It gives him increased resistance to fire and also activates when he is attacked with flames. But suddenly, the Holy War Tower informed him that it was summoning a player named Kang Yusong. Seconds later, he found himself in a spacious room with some royalty. Before Kang Yusong could utter a word, the weapons of the Queen's guards appeared beside him. The guards could not understand such a disrespectful treatment. The Queen rose from her throne and said that she owed this man a debt of gratitude. Now he came to her rescue again. Therefore, he deserved the status of an ally. Kang Yusong was very pleased with her words and her presence. She seems to have done a good job. The raid on the outermost tower ended with her coronation. He turned to the girl and asked what he could do for her. The sacred land was once again in danger. After Urbano III suffered a stroke, the new pope, Gregory VIII, appealed to the human kings to unite and reclaim the sacred land. It was the evil King Richard, the blood-bearded Barbarossa, the supreme king Philip II, and it led to a holy war between elves and humans. Kang Yusong understood the situation perfectly. It was a conflict of interests. They couldn't just take the land and divide it equally. The elf queen explained that the kings of the three nations had gathered their armies. Their goal is this fortress, for it is closest to the sacred land. Turning to him, the girl smiled and asked if Kang Yusong would like to fight for them. But the young man was interested in something else. He looked far ahead and seemed to see a king of evil. The girl was surprised by his excellent eyesight. After all, it's over 1.5 miles from here to their land. Without wasting any time, Kang Yusong decided to use his pocket workshop and exchange Oculus for Icebolt. The system informed him that an assembly was in progress. After that, he received a new blessing, the sixth sense of the mentor. He now held a fine-looking ice rifle that allowed him to deal significant damage due to its increased range. Weapon projection was also possible. Turning to the girl, Kang Yusong closed one eye and said with a smile, "Your Highness, do not worry." Standing high in the mountains, the young man looked around at the huge army that had gathered below. He braced himself for an accurate shot and looked through his sniper scope. A moment later, a bullet struck the first warrior. All the other knights began shouting loudly that they had seen the same guest that had appeared yesterday. One of the commanders ordered them to draw their weapons and shields. Kang Yusong tried to fire more shots, but they were like splinters flying off the defenses. He accepted a gift from Monarch Frost, but it seems that their shields were blessed by the Monarch of Fire. There was nothing left for him to do, but watch as the large group began to split into smaller ones to find him. A second later, he jumped down and prepared for battle. But he wasn't alone. He was riding his black pet. Once again, our hero was aided by the elves, whose arrows rained down on the knights below. Standing behind their shields, they realized that they had to find their guest first and then deal with the elves. Unfortunately for the knights, their magic didn't work, as the elves began destroying one soldier after another. One of the archers was pleased with what she saw. It was just as the guest had predicted. By this time, the enemy forces could feel the bite of our furry beast helping its master. Gradually transforming into a giant whale or other fearsome creature, the furry animal destroyed one squad of knights after another. But suddenly, a powerful swing of a mighty warrior's sword shattered the darkness. King Richard. He loudly ordered everyone else to move forward, not backward. It was him, the king of evil. But our black furry beast has another surprise in store for them. A moment later, the huge black mouth slammed shut. But this time, King Richard used his sword and was able to thrust it into the black substance and get out. He shouted to his soldiers to kill everyone present. After that, a huge number of horsemen ran towards the protagonist. Immediately, intense fear appeared on their faces, and a terrifying terror gripped their bodies. Kang Yusong couldn't hide his joy at what was happening before his eyes. He knew that these knights would not be able to harm him. To the hero's surprise, someone else appeared and began to help him. It was a special squad of elves who, following the queen's orders, descended upon their enemies. Bearing their sharp swords, the elves prepared to wipe out everyone present. Kang Yusong was happy to see them. They were a bunch of fanatics who fought in the name of the queen's orders. The elves attacked one rider after another, knocking them off their horses. Their attacks were so fast and furious that the reluctant riders lacked the maneuverability to continue fighting. One by one, they lost their heads and fell from their horses. At that second, someone else appeared who was able to take out several elves with his lightning strike. It was the same king. His eyes glowed with red flames of anger. Our hero realized that he was the one who would have to fight him now. He readied his magical swords and charged into battle with a smile. As the elves stripped the remaining riders, our hero unleashed his mighty blows, much to King Richard's surprise. This commander was very interested in our player's actions. How dare he attack him? Doesn't he know who he is? Kang Yusong replied with a smile that he knew who he was facing. This was the enemy for whose victory he would be rewarded. That was enough for him. Afterward, the young man attempted to put a black mark on the king. The next second, Kang Yusong was surprised. His dexterity and dodge modifiers were reduced by 500. He was barely able to dodge the quick movement of the king's sword. The horseman shouted at the young man. Did he really think he could defeat him so easily? Then the king thrust his sword into the horse with great force, and huge tongues of flame began to fly from his blow. This explosion was so powerful that our hero had to jump aside. He didn't understand how the king could do such a thing, for he had given him a black mark. Taking his sword from the slain horse, King Richard loudly proclaimed that he was offering this blood as a sacrifice. He asked for power to overcome the pagans who had come to their land. King Richard rushed to attack, and the protagonist quickly tried to replace the ice bolt with a sword from his vault. At that moment, powerful blows rained down on him, and he was barely able to dodge them. He struggled to use his magic, and bloody hands began to grab King Richard from all sides. They encircled his entire body, and it seemed that the outcome of the battle was a foregone conclusion. Kang Yusong was well aware that because there was a lot of blood around them, the blood grip was stronger than usual. In this case, it created the perfect conditions to increase the range of his skill. Then he spread his hands and, while casting another spell, commanded all the fallen warriors to rise. Suddenly, their eyes glowed with red light as the formerly dead men, now slaves of our hero, prepared for a duel. But King Richard didn't waste any time. Thanks to his skills, he was able to free himself from the restraining movements of the bloody hands. As he stood in front of our hero, he loudly proclaimed that Kang Yusong wouldn't be able to stop him with such cheap tricks. However, even King Richard was surprised when the Walking Dead began to kill one warrior after another, and all the fallen soldiers were immediately transformed into Kang Yusong's subordinates. In the next second, his former warriors rushed to attack their commander. King Richard was attacked from all sides. He barely had enough strength to fend off the numerous attacks. On his knees, he prayed to the god of light as the Walking Dead began to collapse and fall to the ground. The necromancy skill was coming to an end. The king was badly wounded. He was exhausted. Right in front of him, Kang Yusong appeared, and in the next second, he beheaded King Richard with a single stroke of his sword. After that, he returned to the castle to the fairy queen and gave her a very precious gift. Inside the box was the head of the evil king. Sitting on her throne, the queen replied that she was eternally grateful for his service. However, only one of the three kings was defeated. The holy war has begun, and our hero will have to take part in it. After a while, Kang Yusong met up with his old acquaintance, the same peddler. She told him that he had reached the highest level of ice sword making. If he improved his shop, he could buy the awakening stone. Such an offer appealed to the young man. With a smile, he added that he was beginning to worry and wonder why she was gone for so long. Thanks for watching. Please like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps to make new manhwa recaps for you. The shop has been upgraded, and an awakening stone has been purchased. Gaining experience points awakens the ice sword crafting skill. Now our hero could control cold magic. Special effects can be obtained based on skill cards. Kang Yusong couldn't believe his eyes. He was very happy to receive such an award. A moment later, he was already engaged in another duel, eager to use his newly learned skills. The knights fighting against him were well aware that he was too strong. As the battle continued, Kang Yusong thought about getting to their captain. While this officer's army is being defeated, he hasn't even bothered to show up on the battlefield and is probably hiding somewhere. Our hero decided to check out the military tent and pay the captain a visit. A little earlier, Kang Yusong was chatting with the elf queen in the imperial palace. Kneeling before the beautiful girl, our hero explained that the elf spies had tried their best. She then told him that the spy was a human. Our hero raised his head sharply. He was surprised by these words. The queen explained that the three kings involved in the Holy War had never gotten along and were still feuding. And since they couldn't completely trust the intelligence, it gave them a chance to win anyway. Bloodbeard Barbarossa, the most powerful of the three kings. The Elven Queen wanted to send her best warriors and asked Kang Yusong to lead her troops. The original plan was for Kang Yusong to kill this king silently. We're going back to the battlefield. The young man suddenly opened the curtains and stepped inside. The intelligence information was close to the truth, but the target was nowhere to be found. Our hero activated his ice magic. Suddenly, in a dark corner of the room, he spotted someone who reminded him of the right person. But in the next second, the man abruptly fell to the ground, dropping his wine goblet. The liquid spilled at Kang Yusong's feet. The young man knew it was poison from its color and the way it began to evaporate. The officer's drink was poisoned. One of the warriors informed Kang Yusong that the outside was clear. At that time, the young man could not control his emotions and laughed out loud. They're obviously too late. The man was already dead. Kang Yusong realized that the whole thing had been planned very well. Wherever he appeared, special assassins were always sent to take out the best players. These invisible puppet masters were only after their own interests. Kang Yusong suddenly stepped on the wine vessel and crushed it. Was this man poisoned by one of his own? Back at the castle, he reported this to the elf queen, who was also confused. It was clear that through this battle they had given confidence to someone unknown that Barbarossa was dead. The queen couldn't believe that someone could do such a thing during a holy war. Kang Yusong explained to her that these invisible puppeteers were capable of doing such things for the sake of the holy war. In the end, they will get all the glory, and they will upset the three nations. According to the queen, they would now have to fight the High King. But Kang Yusong replied that this would not happen because the remaining army would not retreat. In addition, the troops were disbanded and probably joined the other side. At that time, a soldier in another military unit rushed to his commander to report the latest situation. The warrior reported that the assassin who had attacked Bloodbeard had wiped out most of his soldiers. With his back to the informant, a man with long hair stood confidently by the huge map. It was the Supreme King, Philip II. The man told those present that the King of Malice and the King of Bloodbeard had fallen by the hands of the pagans. This was great news for King Philip, for the remaining warriors would strictly follow all his instructions. All the commanders present declared that they would honorably obey all orders. As if it were a game of chess, the man rearranged these figures with a grin and declared that the holy ground would be his. However, the two defeated kings still had some soldiers left. Philip ordered his officers to send all living soldiers to the front. At that moment, his eyes began to glow with mana, and he declared that angels from heaven were watching them. A huge golden cross appeared on his armor. Standing at the top, Kang Yusong watched as a small army gathered in front of him, consisting of the king's cavalry and the Bloodbeard's infantry. At that moment, all the knights began to shout loudly, calling for the killing of the pagans in the name of the God of Light, in the name of peace. After hearing these words, our hero simply exhaled. He was very familiar with all these slogans. It was as if they were all the same. Is it possible to make peace by force? Kang Yusong turned around and looked at his group of elves who were ready for battle. The protagonist decided to use a purchase from a shop called West Wind. In this case, his battles will be as smooth as a gentle breeze at the end of spring. The system informed him that the west wind would be active for the rest of the battle. After that, huge streams of our hero's energy began to spread out in all directions. The shields of these knights began to glow brightly with red flames. They shouted loudly that they were ready to avenge all their dead brothers. Then they began to attack the enemies in front of them. King Philip raised his sword high, glowing with a bright flame of fire. He turned to the god of light and asked for guidance in this battle. The system reported that the monarch of light blessed the human army. The warriors of light our hero had fought earlier began to appear in the sky. King Philip's entire army rushed to attack, and his sword began to emit even more red fire. At this point, the system announced that the fire monarch was blessing his army. Meanwhile, the elven archers prepared to repel the attack. The shadow monarch blesses an army of desert elves. Dark clumps of an incomprehensible substance began to spill across the field. Our hero realized that this was exactly what the gods wanted, for the battle to be so epic. Huge explosions erupted here and there, from all directions. Each of the warriors fought selflessly, sparing no energy. Do the gods crave violence? If so, does that make them gods of evil? Our hero's thoughts were interrupted by his black pet. It reminded him not to think too much, but only to do what he was paid to do. After listening to his black cat, Kong Yusong activated his ice sword and rushed to attack. The Shadow Council rewarded Kong Yusong with 100 shadow puppets ready for battle. Sitting on one of these puppets, our hero charged forward at breakneck speed. They had a lot of support. At that time, the Warriors of Light faction had 59th level angels who were extremely aggressive. Kong Yusong understood that the Shadow Warriors would take care of these angels. Anticipating another epic battle, the young man smiled. Suddenly, in the name of the God of Light, King Philip appeared before him and made a sudden move to attack our hero. The brave commander also smiled because he had just destroyed one of the Shadow Warriors. The protagonist noticed that he was wearing a beautiful cloak. King Philip called Kong Yusong a foolish pagan. The protagonist realized that the player in front of him was not a classical player, so he accepted this fight. The young man heard from Philip that the king had put God and man on the same side. It was terrible. Sounds like this guy is a real religious fanatic. Their swords made contact, and a huge, deafening crack sounded. Kong Yusong fought back with his sword with all his might. Everyone had wings behind their backs in this fight. Suddenly, the system reported that the Shadow Monarch was blessing the young man with the wings of a raven. After that, huge black wings grew behind Kong Yusong's back. It looks like he went overboard with his wishes. However, it was a fashion accessory that he gladly accepted. The protagonist could now fight perfectly in the air, and he slightly changed his plan for this fight. King Philip was overjoyed. He finally had a worthy opponent. Their battle would be legendary. The two mighty heroes exchanged blows with tremendous power. Huge streams of energy flew apart. For a moment, the two young men approached each other and exchanged unflattering phrases. Did the gods really want King Philip to poison the bloody beard? Kong Yusong stunned his opponent with this question. The man with the fire weapon just smiled, and with a sharp move, he destroyed the huge amount of ice swords flying towards him. He replied to Kong Yusong that this was exactly what the gods wanted him to do. He was blessed by them. King Philip destroyed the flying ice weapon. At this point, the system informed our hero that his attack had been blocked. But suddenly, Kong Yusong appeared behind his back and was able to deliver his mighty blow. A new message has been received. Seraphim's shield has been destroyed. Kong Yusong was well aware that the wings limited his view. That's why he was able to make that strike. Suddenly, with an alarming sound, the system informed the protagonist that a level 8 Seraphim had entered the body of the High King. Kong Yusong barely had time to jump aside. A bright flash of golden light illuminated everything around him. This was followed by a deafening and powerful explosion. Kong Yusong had to raise a shadow shield to block the blow. The recent wound on King Philip's body healed, and a golden halo appeared over his head. After that, he became even more powerful than before, and his wings spread out with tremendous power. He looked at Kong Yusong with a look of utter contempt. The hero was very surprised by what he had just seen. Could angels really do that? The king's sword was forged in the flames of hell, while our hero's ice sword was forged in the cold Coquet River. This epic battle was never meant to end. The weapons of our heroes have once again made contact, while the shadow warriors, angels, and other humans on Earth continued to fight fiercely. In the next second, small raindrops began to fall, turning into a huge downpour. There was a very bright flash in the sky, as if a new star had been lit. Those were two of our heroes. Their sword strokes were so strong and powerful. Kang Yusong had a hard time dodging the king's quick blows, was enjoying this performance immensely. After that, he tried to hit Kang Yusong again. His face took on a demonic look. It seemed as if he was about to reach Kang Yusong's heart. But in the next second, to his great surprise, a huge number of shadow spikes pierced his body in several places. The same number of swords began to attack the king from all sides. Kang Yusong once again displayed his masterful skills as an experienced warrior. In the last seconds of his life, the king loudly shouted the word, "Heathen." Kang Yusong folded his arms and stood on the huge flying sword, and received a system message that he had killed the Supreme King and the Archangel's body itself. He then tore off his wings because he didn't need them to fight on the ground. The soldiers below saw someone fall from the sky. Everyone stood in a complete daze of horror. They froze in their seats. Now they could clearly see who it was. The fallen angel from heaven was their commander. The course of history had changed. Flying guards began to fall in great numbers. History will remember the player's legendary cape. A new achievement has been unlocked. Our hero gets damaged equipment. He has earned 100,000 achievement points. Kang Yusong's face took on a peaceful look again. He was happy that it was finally over. After a while, he teleported back to the city, where a large crowd of reporters was already waiting for him. They all wanted to know how he was able to pass the first level 7 tower this season. One of the girls was extremely surprised because the cross pattern was missing from Kang Yusong's cape. Had he really changed his robe inside the tower? Journalists noticed that he had been raiding especially hard this season. Everyone was curious to know what he would say about his exploits. At that time, one of the foreign intelligence commanders appeared. He noticed that Kang Yusong's appearance had changed. The young man continued to give interviews. He said that it was journalists who liked his exploits because they could write articles that would attract attention. But sometimes he doesn't understand why he has to try so hard to save the world. Kang Yusong, who is usually stingy with words, didn't hold back his emotions at that moment. The journalists were waiting for just that. One of them asked him how he felt about the war. Kang Yusong smiled broadly at this question. How could you be calm when you were climbing the castle wall and molten iron was pouring down on you? Or the one where you get hit with a sword and all your organs fall out? After his words, the journalist became a bit depressed. But the protagonist didn't stop. Since we are now in the 21st century, it is worth adding that sometimes rockets and aerial bombs fall from the sky. Bullets penetrate people, fighter jets bomb everyone present. So no matter how hard you try to fight, you are destined to die. After finishing his monologue, the young man turned to the journalists and asked them how they felt about the war after all this. All of them said that they had a very negative attitude towards such events. Hardly anyone likes it. Whether the war ends in victory or defeat, people will still die. At that moment, Kang Yusong was overwhelmed by memories of the recent events. He was chatting with the elf queen while standing on her balcony. She was scared to death, but Kang Yusong didn't understand her feelings. Her people have one. What is she afraid of? The young girl, who was standing with an empty glass of wine, replied that she was afraid of the end of the war, or rather of blood and death. It was an intimidating scene for her. Was this really what their goddess wanted? Kang Yusong smiled, crossed his arms, and said that he felt the same way. Then he added to the reporters that no man in his right mind would enjoy war. In that case, how do you feel about the heroes? There was a silence for a while. Heroes? Everybody seemed to like the heroes. Kang Yusong was interested to know how they think they become players. Heroes become heroes by killing enemies and performing well in war. The young man explained. Without war, there are no heroes. He then asked them again how they felt about the war. Kang Yusong added that we must face the truth. Everyone here likes war. At that point, the journalists couldn't believe their ears. Everyone started interrupting each other because it was a very provocative statement. The current situation is simply a relic of the past. It is incompatible with modern law. Kang Yusong said that it was not a relic of the past. Even now, there are those who send assassins after him at the beginning of every season. And it's also a war, because espionage is also considered a war. The journalists couldn't believe his words. Does he really mean that other countries have tried to assassinate Kang Yusong? The protagonist jokingly said that the journalists could not know this because it was classified information. Now his mouth is sealed. At that moment, the cell phone in his pocket rang. 2 black cars drove up to the crowd of journalists, and a group of serious-looking people jumped out. Kang Yusong added that if the world collapsed tomorrow, people would still be at each other's throats. According to him, the nations want to send their best players to the front lines and use them as weapons in this war. They told him to draw his sword, but not against the enemy of the whole world, but only against the enemy of his country. In Kang Yusong's opinion, the season was excellent even without his intervention. At that moment, traces of black substance appeared under his foot. Why does he have to go through all this and save the world? What for? Does this world deserve to be saved? Kang Yusong's interview caused a stir. Many people on the internet followed what he said. Someone in the press said that the world deserved to be saved. Kang Yusong wanted to know why the reporter felt this way. According to those present, they cannot allow innocent people to suffer. It would be irresponsible for our hero to stop being a real player. Hero King, either you die a hero, or you live long enough to become a villain. With a grin, Kang Yusong added that it was a play on words, and that there was no need to take his words to heart. At that moment, our old acquaintance snatched his ward from the place with a sudden wave of his hand. He ordered everyone to disperse and get out of the way. Before leaving, Kang Yusong rudely added, "Anyone watching this should not talk about a player's duty or responsibility in any way. They have no moral right to do so. Because if they suddenly decide to piss off a player as arrogant as our protagonist, he's not going to take responsibility for all the mess in the world." I hope they wrote that down. And while it was raining, the car picked up speed and left the place. Monarch Clown expressed his satisfaction with Kang Yusong's speech. Sitting behind the wheel, our hero's friend added that he would have to deal with everything himself now. Kang Yusong nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the system informed him that the monarch of the alternate reality had entered the state of Berserk and blessed our hero with a legendary item, an amulet for finding enemies. On the table, the phone was broadcasting the latest news about terrorist threats to the protagonist from other countries. The man opened the bottle of intoxicating liquor and yawned widely. He assured Kang Yusong that he shouldn't listen to the latest news because he had made a lot of noise and now he was afraid because of what he had said. The young man replied with an uncertain voice that he thought his friend might be angry after what he had said. The man just smiled and stroked his charge's head, saying he couldn't be angry with him after all he'd been through. No one is closer to him. Kang Yusong seized the moment and said that he had a friend in France who was a saint. The man with the bottle in his hand added that she was as far away from him as the moon. The hero praised his friend and thanked him for his help. He was glad to hear such words. He took another sip. Kang Yusong was very surprised. His opponent had a purebred assassin class. I think he's awakened. Maybe he had some kind of special suit. Suddenly, the man displayed an incredibly sharp blade called Heartbreaker. It was the legendary weapon of the assassins. Now that he was sitting in his armor, he was curious to know what legendary equipment Kang Yusong had obtained in the last raid. He advised his friend to take a rest from time to time and not to work so hard to the point of exhaustion. A close friend of Kang Yusong's suggested that he go on another raid. It was another tower at the 7th level, Godfather's Tower. The two heroes immediately teleported into this place. The goal of the upcoming raid is to resurrect the Capone family. The man told his ward to get ready. Betrayal, secret feuds, and the unsurpassed viciousness of the organization awaited them. Kang Yusong jokingly replied that in that case they'd better change the genre to noir. The system reported that they had entered the Godfather's Tower. It was raining heavily in this dark city. The dim lantern light barely illuminated the narrow street. A girl standing under an umbrella handed a note to a stranger. She asked him to take care of certain people before an upcoming meeting of mob bosses. A man's hand reached forward and took the object. The stranger added that everything would be done in the best way possible. As she walked away, the girl added that it was all in the name of justice. She looked at the old clock, which had already stopped. It had been given to her by Godfather a long time ago. Unexpectedly, two of our heroes appeared beside her and began to feel the heavy downpour. Kang Yusong was particularly worried. The rain might have ruined his hair. The girl couldn't believe that these were the two she had been waiting for so long. As she approached our heroes, she called them sirs and asked for help. It was the city of Black York. The Capone family was in crisis. Ignoring the rain, the girl cheerfully invited them to follow her. She'll take them to the boss. As they walked down the long corridors, the girl informed them that the city was run by 5 prestigious underworld families: Gambino, Falcone, Sanchez, Capone, and Colio. A meeting between the businessmen is scheduled in 4 days. But not long ago, the godfather of the Capone family, the former head of the family, was brutally murdered along with his cronies. They've lost too many precious people. To which the girl added that she was once an orphan. She was taken from the street. She was just a child. She was lucky because her abilities had awakened, but it was clearly not enough. Sure, her life got a lot better. But it wasn't until the godfather adopted her that he became her savior. At that time, Kang Yusong and his friend were looking around. The girl told them that she had saved only one person on the day of the attack, the godfather's son. And he's the acting boss now. They entered a large, spacious office. The chair had its back to them. Above the large table hung a huge portrait of the late head of Capone's enterprise. Our hero's friend recognized the man in the chair and called him the milkman boss. Suddenly, the chair swung sharply in their direction, and a teenage-looking young man began shouting loudly at them not to dare call him that. How dare they say that to the face of the head of the Capone family, the rightful heir? Abruptly, a girl took the floor and said with a smile that these gentlemen did not shine with intelligence, for the mere presence of the boss commanded respect from all of them. The young man in the chair was pleased to hear such words. He immediately recommended that they get right to the point. They didn't have much time. Now we know the girl's name. Her name was Rebecca. Kang Yusong looked in her direction in disbelief. Then Rebecca began her story. In short, their goal is to restore the Capone family to its former glory. At a meeting of the heads of the 5 families to be held in 4 days' time, they were to generate the most interest. They also want to find out who was responsible for the godfather's murder and who was in charge of the organization. Kang Yusong was curious to know who they suspected. Rebecca replied that one of the other 4 families was under suspicion, probably someone close to them. In her opinion, the Gambino family was in the crosshairs. They were in a precarious position right now and were more inclined to war than anyone else. Kang Yusong examined all the papers they had managed to collect. He then asked the boss if it was worth killing them all. Rebecca replied that it wasn't a bad idea. That way they could take out all the potential enemies of the Capone family at once. But it was clear from the demeanor of the young man in the boss's chair that he didn't like the idea. It was as if Rebecca was speaking instead of the head of the Capone family. After all, the young man couldn't say a word. Later, he added that the Capones had always been a great family. It only began to carry weight under his father. Pointing to Rebecca, he added that she had been watching his father's strategy for the past 20 years, so she had a lot of experience. He thinks she's right. Kang Yusong looked at the young man and said in a low voice that in his opinion he was the leader of the Capone family, not Rebecca. The young man added that the girl had more experience than him. But to be honest, he feels that they might kill innocent people. Therefore, it would be better to maintain a business relationship. That's probably what his father would have wanted. Suddenly, he turned sharply to Rebecca and asked if he was thinking right. The girl replied with a smile that it was. Then she praised her boss once more. Outside, our 2 heroes were already thinking about everything they had heard. It was clear that there was a fierce power struggle going on between the 5 major families. They decided to start with the Colio family. They were the closest. According to our hero's friend, in order to find villains, you have to think like a villain. After all, it was all just a game. A moment later, they broke through the roof into the building on the Colio family's property and prepared for battle. They were met by armed guards who couldn't believe their eyes. Who would dare to invade the territory of such a powerful family? But the next second, half of them were already dead, while the other half of the survivors continued to fight in vain. With red eyes, the man declared that it was time for them to surrender. He would spare those who did not resist. But these guards were not cowards. They were ready to die for the Kolio family. They continued to shout, curse, and fire in the direction of our heroes. But they didn't have a chance, because the fast and sharp blade called Heartbreaker destroyed all of them in the same second. Kang Yusong noticed his friend's behavior. He was very fast and sharp. Suddenly, someone else appeared, shouting loudly and holding two huge automatic rifles. The man grabbed one of the guards and asked him if the man who had come was the boss they were looking for. The answer was that they were too small-minded, and the boss would never come for them. So it was the boss. Afterwards, the man asked Kang Yusong to help him because he wanted to attack the head of that family. The scout reminded our hero that Kang Yusong had come here to rest, so he should watch himself when dealing with the head of the Kolio clan. The young man took the time to think about these words. He immediately burst out laughing. In that case, he was ready to clear the way for his friend for this attack. Huge streams of ice arrows were shot in the direction of his comrade. With tremendous speed, he flew towards the boss. Meanwhile, someone else was watching Kang Yusong from above. With a sudden movement, that person soared into the air, and a huge flock of black crows with red eyes circled around. Kang Yusong's friend pointed out that it was a huge bird. It flew by, and he saw it. The main character saw black feathers falling from the sky. These feathers were very large and indicated the presence of giant crows. He had a bad feeling. Someone else might have interfered with their plans. In the last chapter, Kolio's family was out of the game. The current target is the Gambino family. Someone with great speed crashed into the building, and our hero noticed that this character is ready to turn the place upside down. Kang Yusong was surprised because he hadn't seen his colleague in the battlefield for a long time. Well, I don't want to show my violent side either. We're the same in that respect. After that, the protagonist pulled out his little black friend and asked him to finish off everyone here. Sometime later, our two heroes were sitting in a local diner. The head of the Secret Service couldn't understand how Kang Yusong could eat so many cheeseburgers. He was ready to eat them all day long. The young man replied that the burgers here are simply the best, and he'd like to enjoy them to the fullest while he's here. For a while, they argue about the fact that there are many other good places to eat in the city. But the protagonist is tired enough to stop here. Kang Yusong was curious to know what happened to the Gambino family. From the way his colleague crossed his arms, the protagonist realized that it wasn't that simple. The head of the Secret Service told him that Gambino's boss didn't know exactly what the deal was. A very angry person tried unsuccessfully to dial a phone number, but never got an answer at the other end of the line. He was badly hurt and bit down on his fading cigar. Neither Sanchez nor Falcone answered. Then, with a scream, he threw the phone on the floor, shattering it into small pieces. Had all the people he wanted to call already been killed? Then he looked down at his hands, which were still bleeding. To himself, he cursed the encounter with two unknown but very powerful figures. They were two of our heroes. When he got very close to the man, the head of the Secret Service told him that in 72 hours the blood flow to his heart would stop, followed by the heart itself. But he can prevent that. You just have to make a concession to him and help him with one important thing. It was necessary for the Gambino family to miss this meeting. They were willing to cooperate in finding the man responsible for the death of Capone. Senior, the head of the Secret Service, waved his finger at the man sitting on the cold floor and wished him luck. As he walked through the bodies of the slain bodyguards after a brief struggle, he waved goodbye. Remembering all those humiliations, the man was beyond angry. He was ready to tear his tormentors apart. At that moment, he gritted his teeth and bit his cigar into small pieces. As he continued chewing the ice cubes, our hero noticed that there was nothing left for them to chew. As if ignoring Kang Yusong's words, his colleague reminded him that chewing ice was very bad for one's teeth. Nevertheless, they should go to this meeting because they will be able to learn more. According to the intelligence chief, there was someone else involved here besides the 5 families. But that's just his guess. An unusually large flock of black crows with red eyes circled around the building where the important meeting was to be held. The heads of the most important families in this city emerged from long black limousines, accompanied by a trusted bodyguard. After a while, the heads of the mafia clans sat down at the table as if waiting for someone. A man with a bandaged face and a body like a mummy from Egyptian stories broke the silence. It was quite late. It was Marcellus Collio, the head of the Collio family. He had been told by the head of the Gambino family that two were still missing, so they should wait a little longer. The young man made a fist. He couldn't believe it was Falcone and Sanchez who had killed his father. He had always suspected that. But his assistant tried to reassure her charge, telling him not to jump to conclusions and to just keep observing. He thanked Rebecca for her help, for she was so wise. Suddenly, a group of men burst into the room with a shout. Addressing their boss, they loudly announced that there was something he needed to know. It was urgent and very important. And as the protagonist finished chewing another cheeseburger, he noticed all the commotion and noise. The conversations did not stop. Everyone was discussing the latest news very heatedly and frantically. The worst that could have been imagined had happened. Falcone and Sanchez had been killed. Pausing to devour their cheeseburgers, the protagonist realized that they now had another enemy. According to the head of intelligence, it was obvious why the families of the mafia clans looked so weak. Suddenly, a great noise and rumbling somewhere high up on the ceiling caught the attention of everyone gathered. The men looked up to see what was going on. A man in a black cloak, accompanied by a large number of flying crows, descended onto the stage as if he were the protagonist of this performance. The guards pointed their weapons at him. According to the uninvited guest, everyone here is connected to corrupt politicians. They also manipulate the unions by ripping off the poor citizens. With an abrupt movement, the young man threw his hands in the air and changed his tone. He introduced himself to all present as the Black Raven and informed them that it was time for him to get what he deserved. As he spoke, a large flock of black crows flew into the room and began to circle around everyone gathered. With a screech, the birds attacked those present in the room. A young man we know, defending himself from the flying creatures, shouted loudly to a stage presence that he was the one who killed the two powerful bosses. The Black Raven replied with complete equanimity that it was true, for they were true villains for whom even death was too small a price to pay. He waited a while and added that he had killed the young man's father, among others, and soon the young man would meet him in heaven. The Black Raven shouted that the young man was a criminal and threw his black feathers at him. Rebecca's help came just in time. She managed to put up a protective screen and asked her boss to step aside. It was too dangerous. For a while, the Black Raven paused, not knowing what to do next. But now we understand exactly who Rebecca was meeting with that rainy late evening. With a wry smile, the girl informed him that a fair price must be paid. Without wasting any time, the Black Raven rushed to attack. A new system notification said he was doing his justice. Suddenly, our protagonist entered the scene and declared that the son was not responsible for his father. Thanks to the young man's magic, the Black Raven's attack stopped for a while. A large flock of flying birds, transformed into ice cubes, fell to the ground. Kang Yusong realized who the real villain had been all along. He held the black feather in his hand and stroked the furry animal with his other hand. Kang Yusong once again thundered that the son was not the answer for his father. Our hero again asked his furry friend for help, and Black Raven barely dodged the huge sea beast. It wasn't easy for him, but he had some surprises in this fight as well. The protagonist realized that he had a very slick opponent and needed to come up with something different to defeat him. He moved as close as possible to the Black Raven and tried to give it a black mark. I think he did it. The system reported that the hit, agility, and evasion modifiers were being reduced by 1,000 each, whereupon Black Raven dropped his weapon and began to plummet downward. Kang Yusong didn't stop and applied an amulet to search for enemies called Narrator. It provided detailed information about the performance of the detected target and allowed for one-time overlay of weakness detection. A small bird chirped to our hero now, and then that dark energy comes from the Black Raven's cloak and its sharp feathers. This anti-hero had a lot of explosives. You have to be as careful as possible. Suddenly, Black Crow tried to strike, but Kang Yusong managed to dodge in time. A brief conversation ensued between the two heroes. Black Crow was surprised by Kang Yusong's abilities. Suddenly, the chief anti-hero whistled loudly and called for help from his red-eyed birds. A huge number of explosions began to go off all around. The birds turned into flying projectiles. The head of intelligence skillfully managed to destroy one after another with a quick swing of his weapon. But even he was surprised because there were too many of them. The man was already visibly tired and suggested that Kang Yusong switch seats. The young man replied with a smile that he was wearing the security of the main boss, and all the main characters would get it. Our hero kept teasing his friend that he was best suited to be a security guard. Thoth was not in agreement with him. The hero's gaze filled with a blue glow of fury, and an acerbic smile appeared on his face. With a sharp movement of his sword, he delivered a powerful blow to the Black Raven. The Black Raven cried out loudly and tried to reason with Kang Yusong. In his opinion, the one also has to save the world and be on his side. Suddenly, the Black Raven put out the most important information. Turns out this bunch of thugs killed his family, Capone's family, and then they just left the courtroom, being completely innocent. That's why he made the decision to take revenge to the last drop of blood, leaving no one unpunished. He raised his hands high and loudly declared that this city was completely rotten, so he was the only fighter for justice. Our hero paused for a while and seemed to start listening to his opponent. He looked at him with some disbelief. And while the Black Raven was trying to convince Kang Yusong to side with him, the black mark inside him began to burst. It was too late. Enough of this idle talk. After which, with a confident stride, Kang Yusong walked close to his opponent and removed his mask. Suddenly, he was greatly surprised, for under that mask there was a very young man whose eyes burned like those of a possessed madman. But before Kang Yusong could realize what was about to happen and why his opponent was shouting so loudly, he managed to press the red button in his hand. Powerful explosions began to go off in various places. Kneeling Black Raven added with a laugh that he and Rebecca had managed to plant a lot of explosives in this city. It was clear that in a second, an incredibly powerful explosion would go off in that room. The head of intelligence rushed to help, but our hero's black friend managed to grab him by his cloak and pull him outside while the entire building was engulfed in a powerful shockwave. A strong flash from the explosion illuminated everything around them. A short time later, when the smoke and ashes had cleared away, our two heroes stood in a stern stance before Rebecca, who thanked them for their loyalty. The girl added with a smile that thanks to their help, most of the mafia families were dead. Now the Capone family was on a roll. Now it seemed that their work was done. Kang Yusong said with a smile that it was Rebecca who had set it all up, after which he activated magic, and a huge number of swords appeared around the girl. The tips of the weapons began to scratch her neck, but it was as if she wasn't paying any attention, trying to figure out what was going on. Kang Yusong explained to her that he had been hired to take out enemies of the Capone family. In his opinion, it was Rebecca who had a hand in the murder of the head of the family and had even encouraged Night Raven to kill the other leaders. In response, the girl started yelling loudly that he had no proof. But Kang Yusong abruptly took out a black feather and said that the Black Raven gave out all the information. Therefore, she was the main traitor. It was Rebecca who eliminated the rival families and appointed Capone's boss as her puppet. She became the woman who practically ruled the entire town. So that makes her an enemy of the Capone family, too. Suddenly the girl replied with a smile that it was really all just for Mr. Vito. He was a sweet boy, kind and innocent. She eliminated the Godfather, who wanted to make Vito the successor, and all external enemies who posed a threat to him. She was only trying to protect him from this cruel world. She was merely doing what is the responsibility of the head of security. While the girl was saying that, she activated a defense shield that destroyed the protagonist's weapon. Kang Yusong disagreed with her. She stabbed the knife into the back of the man who had picked her up and raised her, and she put her puppet in the boss's place. The head of intelligence intervened in this dialogue and said that the girl was only thinking about her safety. Because of her, Vito became completely unselfish because she always thought only of her own benefit. Suddenly, the head of intelligence turned toward the passageway in the room and invited Vito in so she could learn everything from him in person. The girl realized that she was now in big trouble. Entering the room, tears appeared on the young man's face. He realized perfectly well that she had been deceiving him all this time. The young man activated his magic, and Rebecca began to gasp. Holding a gun, the young man took a decisive shot and said that this world was indeed a very cruel place. The system reported that the purpose of the raid had been accomplished. There's been a resurgence of the Capone family. All enemies have been eliminated. Also, our hero gained privileges after he was able to mop up the Godfather's tower. Coming out of the tower, our two heroes were discussing everything that had happened. Mr. Yuzin was glad it ended so well. This fight was like a duel between a superhero and a supervillain. He likes that he's not being greeted by a huge pack of reporters this time. Suddenly, their dialogue and good mood was broken by one of the intelligence representatives who stated that there were big problems. In a very concerned voice, a young man said that the level 5 tower in downtown Seoul was on the verge of collapse. Horror gripped our two heroes. They could not believe these words. A cold sweat ran down Yuzin's back, and he didn't know what to do next. The level 5 tower in question was raided by players from the association. They failed the first raid and retreated, but they came up with something interesting. One of the team members continued to yell at his coworker. Everyone argued and didn't know what to do next. They just got 3 penalty points because they botched a raid. Now it's going to downgrade them all. But suddenly one of the team members said they had a way to fix it. No one could believe what he said. How was he going to do that? Afterward, the young man offered to stage a high difficulty raid. The eyes of his team members went wide with surprise. They thought he was crazy. In his defense, the young man said that they have already been through a lot, so they should not back down and should fight on. Or maybe someone wants to hit bottom again and become a slave to the association. These words had an effect on the team members. No one else argued, and everyone thought for a moment. There seemed to be no other option, so they had to make up the penalty points any way they could. A high difficulty level raid was their only chance. However, after this wrong decision was made, they were all completely destroyed. On the expressway, straight toward the tower where this tragic incident took place, our hero was rushing at full speed. I knew the association's merit point and penalty point system was brutal. It shouldn't be like this. Our protagonist kept talking to himself. Breaking into the tower was a rarity these days. However, during the first and second seasons, this disaster went away rather easily. At the time, proper raid techniques had not yet been developed, and failures were commonplace. A very large number of people died because of this, including our protagonist lost his loved ones. And that happened to him both before he became a player and after. Many of his entourage died. Kang Yusong's car was speeding forward with its blinker on, but now it was completely different. The protagonist loudly proclaimed that he wanted to unlock an unassembled gear and skill set. He had quite a few interesting items in his kit. An amulet for finding enemies, a wind bracelet, very rare, and a ring of power. Also an extremely rare item. The young man made a decision to himself that he would not allow anything to compromise him. With skillful movement of his hands, he began to exchange one card for another, spreading out the items in front of him and turning them into new ones. With a loud, alarming sound, the system notified all players that a tower breach was coming. We need to be prepared for a monster invasion. The Hero King has arrived. Everyone was surprised at his appearance. The crowd was extremely enthusiastic about having such a strong character with them. However, Yuzin's mood was not at all joyful. He looked anxiously at the sky where a huge energy vortex was swirling. Many of the aspiring players welcomed the main character. They thought that now they would definitely be safe and would not die. Suddenly, with a huge crackling sound, a bright flash of fire appeared above them and illuminated everything around them. The countdown to the tower breach has begun. It's about to start. Everyone had to get ready. 7, 6, 5, there wasn't much time left. In the final seconds, Kang Yusong asked everyone present to leave the place unless they fit one of the following 3 criteria. The first one stated that all those who would be taken over by the shadow of our hero's skill should leave. The second criterion is all those who don't keep up with him and are very slow. And the third criterion, the most important one, is all those who are not him. Time is up, and the worst thing that could happen has come. A huge number of monsters began to burst out, lunging at all the players present. In the thick of things stood our protagonist. Thanks to his dark friend, he was able to stop the large flying creature. Monsters of all kinds, varieties, and sizes rushed straight at our players. But they didn't stand a chance because many of them immediately lost their arms, legs, and even their heads. Kong Yusong's black cat was masterfully destroying one monster after another. What bothered our hero, however, was that the place was swarming with creatures of various species. There were orcs, reptiloids, and even something so incomprehensible it defied description. But judging by the tower's name, the enemies the players fought must have been people from the realm inside the tower itself. This means that the monsters that broke out of the tower have nothing to do with the tower I'm raiding. Then where could they have come from? The protagonist kept asking himself these questions without finding the answers. At that time, a helicopter appeared over his head with journalists sitting in it, filming everything that was happening on their camera. They were broadcasting live as the hero king tackled breaking into a high level of difficulty tower by himself, like it was some kind of holiday. The correspondent added that although the figure of our hero was quite controversial, but as far as skills were concerned, here he had no equal. A message appeared from the monk of the abyss, who awakened the darkness from the deepest places. For him, it was just another fun activity. The correspondent marveled. It's incredible. The gate is changing its color. This ominous hue must foreshadow the monster of the abyss. How could an abyss monster appear in the gate of a level 5 tower? Meanwhile, Kong Yusong continued to use all of his abilities in the battle against a huge number of terrifying monsters. However, he was beyond annoyed by this unnecessary chatter of an annoying reporter. He suggested he hide before he fed his body to all those creatures. As he continued to climb higher and higher, Kong Yusong wondered why the monk was acting on his own accord. He approached the place from where the abyss monster was supposed to appear. With a smile, he informed himself that he had been waiting for this moment. Therefore, in the next second, he unleashed his full power at the place from where that terrifying monster was supposed to appear. He also asked his darky to come to his aid. Wouldn't that be enough? Spreading his arms wide, Kong Yusong loudly declared that he would dismember this beast into pieces with just his movement. After that, a huge number of sharp, huge spikes that resembled ice cliffs emerged from the ground. Using the cards he had, Kong Yusong applied them as well to help in the battle against this major monster. The two dots were connected by a thread of death with incredible slashing power. The number of webs that could be created was increased. After that, the terrifying monster didn't stand a chance. And like a knife, our hero's magic cut this monster into small pieces. The system reported that he had defeated the main monster of the abyss, after which the abyss monk blesses him with the abyss stone to express his satisfaction. Now the tower break-in was over. A beautiful crystal appeared in Kong Yusong's hands, within which a red-colored coal was still unquenchable. Of course, the next second, a large number of reporters appeared, shouting excitedly that the tower break-in was over and the hero king had handled it all. They ran, as usual, very close to him to find out the details. Our friend's black cat yawned widely, as if nothing unusual had happened. At this time, everyone on the player forum was already discussing the recent events heatedly and could see with their own eyes what had happened in Kong Yusong's last battle. The protagonist gave his comments on the Players Association. In his opinion, she was simply hopeless. To be frank, there was not a single association in this country that worked properly. Apparently, the dead players had failed at storming the tower. They were afraid of penalty points from the association, so they tried again on a high difficulty level, but it ended up working out the way it did. Our two heroes, comfortably seated on the couch, continued to discuss the latest news. The head of intelligence couldn't stop laughing. Turns out the association's rules aren't all that impactful. They either reduce the effectiveness of the tower raid, or charge players such a percentage off the victory reward that even winning becomes unprofitable. Thanks to the actions of two of our players, they were able to uncover the subtleties that were not commonly talked about. Many people now understood how the association really works. The head of intelligence said that Mr. Yuzin was right in that they now had a chance to cleanse the association of the rot. The young man didn't understand his friend. Was he really going to run for president? To which the head of intelligence responded that he wasn't talking about that at all. He suggests organizing your own guild. But Kang Yusong didn't understand such a suggestion. The law didn't allow it now. What does he really want? With an acidic smile, the man stated that he was aware of all the legislative orders, so he wanted to take this chance to change things. According to the intelligence chief, there is no single player on the association's board of directors. They're just people who have never been in a tower, but make the players' rules. Also, they only promote those who have support and neglect the rest. Stop putting up with this. Let's channel this into public opinion about repealing the guild law. In that case, in Kang Yusong's opinion, it should be handled by his friend. To which he immediately received a reply that this included him. But Yusong kept laughing and saying that it didn't apply to him because it was his friend who took care of all the organizational aspects. However, it began to dawn on him what the head of intelligence was trying to tell him. The young man jumped up sharply from the couch and realized it was about him. To back up what he said, the man showed a phone where the presenter was talking about the last wish of many players on the forum. A special petition was created to authorize the formation of a guild, which garnered 170,000 signatures overnight. As for the public opinion on who should organize the guild, the majority of the votes were for the Hero King and the veterans of the association. Seeing all this news and the recent discussions about the establishment of the guild, the head of the association was furious. He was well aware that Mr. Park and Kang Yusong were behind all of this. In his opinion, they just don't know. They don't know how dangerous players, especially black players, can be to all the civilians in the city. What kind of regulation of player autonomy can we talk about? After all, in some countries the government loosens its grip and guilds collude with the underworld. Some countries have even become empires of black players. Even in the US, where private player guilds are allowed, even there they keep their best players under military control. Players are just time bombs. The head of the association went to the window of his office and put his hand on the glass. At this point, he thought about the fact that management was becoming more and more complex. He was so angry at all these upstarts. They have no idea how the world works. At this time, a new system notification appeared behind his back. Geniuses are often unrecognized by society. Isn't that right? The monk of evil took an interest in the head of the association. Would he like to participate in the tower test? Without a moment's thought, the man selected the answer yes on the screen. At this time on the street, Kang Yusong was watching advertisements for himself on big screens. Is it really still spinning? Why hasn't it been removed yet? All of these events took place back in the last season. For a second, the young man thought about the words his friend had told him earlier about forming a guild. The head of intelligence was very persistent and went to the extent of shouting to convince his ward to form his own guild. In his opinion, he hates working with stupid people more than anything, and secondly, he just hates idiots. Clenching his fist tightly, he continued to address Kang Yusong, saying that thirdly, he most hated working with stupid people and idiots at the same time. In his opinion, Kang Yusong had nothing to worry about, as he would just be shining his face as the guild showcase. After all, being first is always hard, the man said. Once they are resolved, more guilds will appear, and by competing with each other, they will gradually get rid of themselves. The man wrapped his two arms around Kang Yusong and said that it had to be done for a better future. And only a hero king can do that. It's Kang Yusong. In this hoodie with a big hood, no one paid attention to the guy who was going about his business somewhere in the crowd of people, just like everyone else. The young man continued to ponder the fact that perhaps it was his duty to raid towers. He tried accessing the system to find a tower of the right level, but he was unsuccessful. The nearest level 7 tower was quite far away from him. The search was over. He remembered the words of one of the girls he had met in past raids. She reassured him that there was always a way into the tower, even if he wasn't looking for it. Having received a certain gift from her, now he must simply wait. He also had a special knife that he got as a gift from the milkman boss. Such gifts represent a means of communication between the world of the tower and the outside world. It was a knife he'd gotten from the Capone family boss as a sign of trust. It seemed to Kang Yusong that the best solution right now was to just wait a bit. Suddenly, however, the alarming message that a new tower had been found began to ring loudly on all screens and from all sides. The noise was so powerful that it did not leave our hero, who was even able to be frightened for a while. This message came completely out of the blue. Now he was to enjoy a raid in the neighborhood of the best players on the planet, and it would be happening live. The system informed him that the clown monk was insisting that Kang Yusong participate. The tower level was elite, the store was missing. You need to be in the top 10 players to enter the tower. Of the 2 players from one side, the one whose level is higher will go. All over the world, all players were incredibly excited and shocked at the same time by such events. No one inside the tower will die. All incidents in the tower will be broadcast live. However, if it fails, 100 million random people will die. Cold sweat ran down Kang Yusong's back. He was not at all pleased to hear such a suggestion. With a strong punch of his hand, he shattered the magic screen. But in the next second, he was already smiling and declared that he couldn't believe what he had just read. He didn't want to wait until all the participants had gathered, so was ready to teleport into the tower. The live broadcast will begin shortly. Kang Yusong was a volunteer who, in the next second, found himself in his familiar surroundings in yet another raid. There were many talented players present to greet him and were excited to meet him. The young man made no move to squeeze the hand of the man who greeted him. However, after a moment, his heart warmed, and he declared in a wide smile that he was happy to see everyone too. Our hero was approached by his old acquaintance, Saint Celestine. Kang Yusong didn't immediately recognize her. She was glad he was normal now. The young man interrogated her about when he was abnormal in her opinion. She reminded him of the words when he didn't understand why he would go to the extra trouble of saving the whole world. It was during the raid on the 7th tower. The girl added that she was concerned when she heard him say that. He looked very exhausted. She was obviously worried about him. Kang Yusong smiled broadly and said he was perfectly fine, and he's never going to stop raiding. He held his friend's hand, as if to reassure her. Someone's voice nearby told him that if he felt tired, he could just quit. It was a young man with red gloves on his hands, who, folding his arms on his chest, stated in a stern voice that Kang Yusong had come to this meeting last. With his whole appearance, he expressed his utter displeasure. So how could the best player in humanity come in last? Did he really need time to think about whether to save 100 million people before showing up here? In his opinion, true heroes do not hesitate in the face of danger. He came here first. Kang Yusong asked him a counter-question. This disgruntled young man's name was Red. Did he even have time to prepare? The protagonist wondered at him. Mr. Yuzin smiled broadly. Red didn't seem to have time to read all the terms and conditions to the end. He accepted the offer as soon as he saw it. It was a straight path to failure. In that case, he would never get past Kang Yusong and the other man who was standing next to him. Gravedigger. Such provocation did not go unnoticed by Red, who grabbed the hilt of his sword with his hand. Kang Yusong pointed in the direction of an elderly man who was standing nearby. According to him, he always calculates all the risks well. Suddenly, the protagonist turned to the man and asked him with surprise and horror in his voice why the gear was missing. In a calm voice, the man replied that Mr. Yuzin had finally noticed him after all. According to the Gravedigger, he hasn't even started his season yet. Besides, no one inside the tower is going to die. This is something to keep in mind. People from all over the world are now watching them. There is a new system notification. It said that until they left the tower, everyone would be temporarily given a batch of items from Season 5. At that very second, the very same items began to appear in the players' hands. Skills and equipment have been added to each of them. Smiling, the Gravedigger added that in this case it reduced the chances of any of them dying. It was George, the Gravedigger, CEO of Artifact. He spread his arms wide, and the huge silhouette of a vicious skeleton appeared behind his back. The girl received items that were familiar to her: a great golden shield and an equally fine sword. She still couldn't believe that young people were finding time to bicker. She had a friend next to her who put her hand on her shoulder and added that this was typical male behavior. Their inferiority complex. That girl was Ms. Lydia, an international player, a law enforcement officer. Standing next to our heroine was another man in military uniform. With a nod of his head, he seemed to agree that it really wasn't the time to bicker, as there were a huge number of human lives at stake. After which he added that they are obliged to fulfill their duty to their homeland and the whole planet. It was General Kilgore, Commander-in-Chief of U.S. Special Operations. George, the gravedigger, stood in the middle of the two irascible young men and asked them to watch how they behaved. However, Kang Yusung wasted no time and continued to taunt his opponent, causing him to turn around and look at him with an angry face. And at that moment, someone else showed up and apologized for keeping them all waiting. It was a man in a clown mask. He added that it was a celebration in their honor, in appreciation to all the dear saviors of mankind. After his greeting, bright yellow light began to appear from the sky like rays of sunlight. Kang Yusung added that it was not a good time to have a celebration when his fellow monk was dead. They must not have been on the best of terms. However, the masked man replied that it was not in Kang Yusung's best interest for him to provoke the monks. Or would it be more accurate to call you a murderer of monks? It was about the title Monk Killer, which was awarded to player Kang Yusung for eliminating the season's boss, Lord Plague. Suddenly Red realized why his foe had been given the title. He was very angry and could barely contain his emotions, clenching his teeth tightly. The masked man still claimed it was a celebration in honor of all the heroes as a token of their appreciation. He really hoped they liked it, but at that very second, Red made an attempt to attack him, unsheathing his sword. It was the special sword of a swordsman who had spent his life searching for someone strong enough to win. But in the end, this swordsman died alone. A player who used such a sword had a passive skill. There were 9 strikes for each individual attack. Red shouted loudly, addressing the masked man as he continued to swing his weapon. Did he really think they would enjoy the deaths of 100 million innocent people? Mr. Yuzin said it was very much expected of Red, for he loved to play to the crowd, especially now there was a live broadcast. As if nothing had just happened, the masked man added that it was rather cavalier on Red's part. All attacks nullified, after which he advised the young man not to waste his energy. Suddenly a microphone appeared in his hands, and he said that he would now explain the rules of this tower to everyone present. At the snap of his fingers, the light in the room changed dramatically, as if it were some kind of disco club. A man with a microphone in hand announced that the top 10 players were here, and you had to vote for your favorite. He appealed to the audience, only they can choose the hero of this tower. People on the streets were very much surprised. How is that possible? The voting window has appeared. Every screen in the city was broadcasting what was happening inside the tower. Kang Yusung clearly didn't like it. He demanded that the clone stop his vote rigging. However, someone's hand appeared abruptly behind his back. It was a man in a mask. He recommended that the Hero King be careful what he said. He's just following the rules like everyone else. In a quiet voice, the man added that his mission was very simple. We had to get as much attention as possible. It was necessary to entertain the audience. How exactly is not so important. The award will go to the person with the most votes. If there are not enough votes, or if you bore our viewers, this tower raid will be considered a failure. At this moment, the girl's face twisted with intense fear. It meant only one thing, that 100 million people would die. What are you all waiting for? The masked man addressed all the heroes present. He required them to use their head, tongue, or body. He didn't care. Red, who was still recently trying to fight the masked man while holding onto the hilt of his sword, announced in a stern voice that he was challenging Kang Yusung to a duel. And you're pretty quick-witted. Our hero replied to him. What if I don't want to do it? The masked man stated that they do not have the option to refuse yet. If any of them die during the fight, they will reappear as if nothing happened. One last thing he wants to say. They can't leave the tower until after the vote. Suddenly, an arena began to appear above the heads of our heroes, which was magically assembled from huge pieces. It was the battleground of Kang Yusung and a player named Red. The protagonist turned to his opponent, trying to ask a question, but the latter replied to be addressed by his more formal name, as Master of the Sword. Kang Yusung continued to troll him. Is he really going to fight again after his loss? He's going to get the minimum votes now. But for the man with the sword, it no longer mattered how many points he would score. Those voices didn't matter. He only wanted to win. His eyes burned bright with fire, and he shouted loudly that he was ready to bat for his loss on the first day of the season. After these short words, he rushed into the attack without wasting any time. His movements were incredibly fast. However, our protagonist paid no attention to this. Kang Yusong activated his magic. He continued to troll his rival and said that taking candy away from a child isn't fun, but it's easy enough. Red couldn't believe his eyes. He realized that the sword in Kang Yusong's hands was exactly the same as his. No matter how many movements he made, exactly the same number of sword strokes Kang Yusong made. The general did not hide his emotions. He was extremely surprised. Where did the hero king get a swordsman's sword? Lydia added that he not only uses the same sword, but also the same technique as the sword master. Gravedigger was well aware that it was a replay skill. At this time, the epic battle between the two players in the arena did not stop. Red saw this fight as if in a mirror. It was the same both technique and equipment. Is the hero king being helped by the monk of the mirror? It just couldn't happen. The two swords of our players made contact, and a huge amount of fiery sparks flew to the side. Red has dedicated his entire life to this one sword. How is it that Kang Yusong defeats him so easily and effortlessly? The gravedigger couldn't believe his eyes. It was some kind of miracle. The invincible hero of all heroes is Kang Yusong. It seemed that no one here could handle him. Grinning, Lydia replied that it was quite ironic to hear such a thing from the old man's mouth. After all, he himself has always tried his best to depose our hero. In response, the man only smiled broadly and advised her to look deeper. He turned his head towards the other players who were watching this fight with lust, thinking that they had any chance of dislodging Kang Yusong from his pedestal. All this time, only Saint Alicia Celestine remained quietly silent. She didn't understand how the players could behave like this, in the kind of situation they all found themselves in. The girl was well aware that hundreds of millions in her life depended on the sweep of this tower. It seemed that all the players around were only thinking about one thing: how to kill the top player and take his place. The girl recalled Kang Yusong's words earlier, saying that if the world ended tomorrow, players would still continue to hunt each other. The hero king was definitely right. She held her hands over her shield. More recently, specifically in seasons 1 and 2, people have been scaling towers to save the world. Things are different now. The girl turned toward the players and looked at them with some sadness. They seemed to her like predators from the forest, vicious and insidious. So why did this happen? The players are getting stronger every season. But the complexity of the towers grows with the strength of the monsters and bosses that inhabit them. In that case, was it really all about saving the world? Some silly fairy tale. I should have realized it sooner, because I'm not that naive girl anymore. Our worldviews, religions, even skin color are different from each other. If we are unable to unite in a game where saving the world is at stake, will we be able to save it ourselves? The blue-eyed beauty plunged into her inner reflections and continued to ponder everything that was happening. Meanwhile, our two heroes continued to fight furiously. The fight was very powerful. To Red, the situation looked strange enough. Of course, it's not the fairest of games, and up to this point he's accepted that. No matter how strong the hero king is, he must have some secret. If I can solve this mystery, I can defeat him. More and more of Kang Yusong's punches continued to inflict wounds on his opponent. All I wanted to unravel was just the secret of Kang Yusong's strength. Now I'll move even faster, so he can't overpower me. But something seems to have gone wrong again. As the two swords of our heroes clashed, Kang Yusong reminded his opponent that he had forgotten his place. He didn't have time to reply, but in the next second, Kang Yusong knocked him to the ground with a powerful leg kick. The main player then raised his sword high above his head and said that he would now show him the difference between the two. With great force, Kang Yusong stabbed his sword into the stone floor, causing cobblestones to fly in all directions. Red couldn't believe his eyes. A swirl of sand swirled around him, hiding everything that was going on inside for seconds. Meanwhile, inside, Kang Yusong quickly made a card swap, taking advantage of his hidden talent. Suddenly, a different person than the person who had previously been Kang Yusong appeared in front of everyone. It was a completely different player. Everyone around me couldn't believe their eyes. It was simply impossible. Standing beside Red, Kang Yusong's eyes glowed with a red light. He was using a mythic level skill. The person using this skill can temporarily manifest the divinity and combat skills of the celestial demon known as the Sword God. Kang Yusong made a sharp jump and was next to Red in a second. He wanted to demonstrate the first form of the heavenly demon sword to him. In the beginning there is cleavage. After these words, huge spikes began to pierce Red from all sides. Now the second form of the heavenly demon sword. After saying his words with great force, Kang Yusong directed a powerful energy stream at his enemy. It was total destruction. The players watching on the balcony could not believe their eyes. Only the general was smiling. Saint Alicia Celestine was numb with horror. A man with a microphone in his hand and a clown mask on his face announced that the match was over. It was just an incredible sight. You wouldn't expect anything else from a hero king. Now the voting has begun, and the hero king got a huge number of votes compared to a sword master named Red. Other players also failed to garner many votes. Standing with his back to his defeated opponent, Kang Yusong was unwavering in his emotions. His eyes glowed with a red glow. A blue-colored aura shone around his body. He looked at all the other players who were watching this duel between two gladiators. The protagonist began to smile and took a few steps in the direction of everyone present. The gravedigger was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe everything that was happening. Suddenly, many huge skeletons appeared beside Kang Yusong. It was that moment when everyone froze with horror again. All the people who watched the live broadcast couldn't believe their eyes. Is this player really that strong? He managed to copy the skills and equipment of a gravedigger. Two young men sitting in a bar were actively discussing what was happening. One of them said that this player is the ultimate monster. The other, in response, advised him to watch his language. Had he forgotten that it was this monster that had kept him alive? The hero king stood proudly on his feet with his back turned to his opponent. Kang Yusong looked towards all the other players who were present on the balcony above. He understood all their emotions perfectly. They were readable on their faces. What's the matter with your faces? Is this the first time you've seen the copying skill? Kang Yusong inquired. George was well aware that the heavenly demon descent was very difficult to explain with ordinary skill copying. Lydia agreed with him. This ability was different from normal copying. Once upon a time, she had fought a man with this ability. It was a collector of personalities. The worst of the black players, copying all of his opponent's settings down to his face. Although the fighting style was very similar, this ability had clear limitations. Kang Yusong no longer held back his emotions and laughed heavily. He said it was pretty obvious because his ability was unique and it wasn't exactly copying but something new. He was well aware that they were curious about his skills. The main character was enjoying the emotions on the faces of all the other players. Your faces are worth seeing, he said. After that he continued and added that he would tell them something else. In fact, he had made a contract with the Lord of Truth. Lydia didn't quite understand which Truth Lord Kang Yusong was talking about. According to the terms of my contract, I can only tell the truth. Even if the whole world is watching me, I won't lie. Kang Yusong laughed, addressing the players on the balcony. The gray-haired gravedigger was well aware that his next opponent would be the honest Kang Yusong. But our hero assured him that he hated battles more than anything else in the world. He hates them as much as he hates the insolent scum. At this moment, his eyes glowed with a red light. George asked him what he planned to do next. The protagonist replied that from now on, he would endeavor to convey the truth to the audience, whereupon he turned and looked at the man in the clown mask. The clown laughed and said that publicizing himself is the best tactic to get out the vote. At the snap of their fingers, all the players suddenly moved into some sort of studio that looked like a large voting temple. 1, 2, mic check. I welcome everyone, cheerfully announced Kang Yusong to the crowd. At this point, people on the street began to gather around the screens because he was being broadcast around the world and everyone could see that he was about to make a statement. The protagonist started with 10 heroes gathered in the dam tower. And now the people have to choose just one of them. And if all those viewers don't collect enough votes, 100 million people will get a ticket to the afterlife. It could be any one of you. Now do you realize how important this vote is? People on the street were horrified at such words. Kang Yusong continued his speech. Even the worst of tyrants can become president through voting. can't they? If something goes wrong, this is the most likely outcome. These words angered George, who advised the hero king to watch his words. What's the matter, old man? Did what I said about the tyrant make you feel a little uncomfortable? Kang Yusong turned to him with a sneer. Beside him on the stage stood obedient skeleton warriors, ready to give their sword to their master. The young man continued, or am I wrong? People were definitely honoring national heroes at the time I fought you. Yeah, I think I get it now. Was your dream of recreating the Third Empire a secret? After saying that, George stood up from his seat, grabbing his magic staff. An aura began to spread around his body. After saying this, the man tried to stop him, stating that he had no evidence. However, Kang Yusong tilted his head back and closed his eyes, stating that he had made a contract with the Lord of Truth. And that's why he knows everything. He just doesn't have the ability to say the wrong thing. Because everything he's saying right now is exceptionally true. At this time, the flying spirits of dead warriors in the form of skeletons began to circle around him. Grabbing his head, he informed everyone that it was time to move to a vote and it was time for him to leave the place. The gray-haired man was unhinged with rage, his eyes emitting a bright light. Now Kang Yusong turned to another madman in the room, Count Vladimir, Lord of the Bats. But the man only laughed back and stated that he had no idea what Kang Yusong was talking about. Our hero again gave away the truth and stated that it was the Count who also wanted to resurrect the Empire. The Count tried to attack Kang Yusong, but the protagonist only dodged with a smirk and said that Vladimir was going to kill the president and become Tsar. Mr. Yuzin, as if in jest, advised everyone gathered to use their magic on a first-come, first-served basis. At this moment, his loyal servants were fighting the player's magic at full strength, smashing it with their weapons. Settling back in his chair, Count Vladimir added that he would not tolerate insults, especially that which concerned his native country, his native president. He will not allow the hero king to behave in such a manner. The young man only laughed and said that the Count seemed very pious in spite of his fiery temper. Then it was General Kilgore's turn. He seemed to enjoy playing with fire, too. For a while, the military man was confused and did not know what to answer. I'm talking about your habit of dropping bombs on enemy countries. You're still doing it, even though you're trying to keep it a secret. Kang Yusong reminded him of the terrible events. Dozens, hundreds of people were killed by these carpet bombings. Grasping the back of his chair, General Kilgore thundered that Kang Yusong should realize the consequences of his words. The young man replied that it could not be otherwise. He was perfectly aware of everything that was going on. Frankly, the heroes who saved the world are a crazed nationalist, then an imperialist and another brave war fanatic. I don't think people on the streets would like that kind of news. At this moment, a general flew towards Kang Yusong with great speed. He swung his arm to deliver a powerful blow. Suddenly, the general's fist was easily stopped by Kang Yusong's glove. But this military man had other trump cards up his sleeve. He prepared to use his secret weapon, then created a fire portal called a jet fighter. Saint Alicia Celestine understood the general's intention perfectly. It was very powerful magic. She activated a protective screen to hide all the other players inside. General Kilgore shouted loudly, his exclusive Diablo F-23 skill in action. At this moment, a huge number of flying fighters appeared from the open portal. But as if out of nowhere, in a completely mirror image, the exact same number of airplanes appeared, flying at each other. The general didn't realize what was going on. It was simply impossible. The next second, a massive explosion erupted. The man screamed at the top of his voice because Kang Yusong had completely copied his exclusive skill. Suddenly, the protagonist gave him a powerful kick with his foot and knocked the general to the floor. After which Kang Yusong added that it wasn't really that exclusive, this skill of a general. A gray-haired man appeared behind the military man's back and advised Kang Yusong to behave respectfully, or else he wouldn't leave the space of this hall alive. Oh, so you consider them your associates. So why do your associates try to stab you in the back every chance they get? The young man spread his hands apart and asked this question to everyone present. At that moment, the wreckage of burning airplanes continued to fall behind his back. The man replied that it was just a misunderstanding. In what way could it have been a misunderstanding? The protagonist was indignant. His eyes lit up again with a bright red flame. I've already said, my contractor is the Lord of Truth. So how can I lie? The hero repeated his phrases over and over again. You do whatever you want, but as soon as the truth comes out, you immediately make excuses. The system reported that provocation skills were increasing rapidly. Monarch Clown is pleased with Kang Yusong's actions. Our protagonist tapped his finger on the microphone, as if testing the sound in this mystical and virtual hall. Why are you so worried? That doesn't sound like you. I can carry the truth to the masses for a long time, but those words won't change the world. He was answered by a man. So you plan to burn the world down like a hurt child? Such words caused Kang Yusong to laugh out loud. That's right, I'm just a kid. So I'm bored with you old people. I am a child of 1,000 faces and 1,000 talents. Monarch Clown turned to Kang Yusong, and the system asked him what he wanted at this second. The young man replied that he wanted to see a heavenly demon descend. He immediately received a reply that his wish would be granted. George and everyone else present tensed up considerably. What trick will Kang Yun pull now? The man with the microphone reappeared on stage. Looks like you've succeeded. Let's move on to the next hero. We have to give everyone a chance. Suddenly someone raised a hand. It was an acquaintance of ours. Saint Alicia Celestine. She had something to say, too. A man with a microphone in his hand moved all the players into another space at the snap of his fingers. In a studio that looked like a television show. This abrupt move didn't please Red and Kang Yusong, who shouted loudly that it was like a kindergarten matinee. At this time, the girl nonchalantly held the microphone and asked our protagonist to close his mouth in a calm voice. The young man smiled a little and replied that he was willing to do anything for his beloved. Now Alicia began to speak. Here and now, I will show the world the true qualities of a hero king. She pointed her finger at the young man, as if to single him out from the crowd of heroes present. Many people were surprised after her words. Does Saint Alicia support a hero king? How could he have accomplished that? How could he have gotten her favor? A cold sweat ran down Mr. Yuzin's back. He couldn't believe his ears. What's going to happen now? The girl laughed. Perhaps something's wrong, dear? She turned to our hero, after which she began her eulogy dedicated to the main player. We're being transported to the apartment where Kang Yusong is staying. He receives notice that the results of the vote are about to be announced. He had just successfully cleared the A-level tower. By a large margin, he was ranked first. The number of votes was so large it's even hard to count. The first 5 place players will be awarded according to the number of votes they receive. First place was the Hero King, second place was Saint Alicia Celestine, and third place was George the Gravedigger. However, in Kang Yusong's opinion, it looked like tampering. First place players get a mythic level skill. He held the map in his hand and was overjoyed. As long as I benefit from this fabrication, it's fine. He got what he wanted, the descent of a heavenly demon. I now have all 3 divine relics, equipment, rank, and skills. It's only been 3 months since I got it. I never once used the Black Death I received after defeating Lord Mora. The Black Death chest held the paired blades, previously used by Lord Mora. This chest emits an ominous aura. Since the mythic equipment and skill cannot be applied without sufficient skill level, if the trial fails, the outcome is either a reduction in stats or death. Even that guy had a huge penalty for failing the test. He lost first place to a gravedigger. Kang Yusong remembered about Red. However, I had already tried something like this in the previous season, so I shouldn't stop. The young man began to move the cards in his hands rapidly. I think I can do it. Let's give it a try. I can change the weapon later, however the skill needs to be changed now. A system notification appeared. This is the first time you've activated the Heavenly Demon's Descent. A bright flash illuminated everything around him, and suddenly the protagonist moved into some clear field, where there was only him and the previously familiar character opposite him. The system invited him to prove himself worthy of the skill. Kang Yusong held his sword in his hands. Across from him was an old man with long gray hair of samurai appearance. He quickly threw off his hat and bared his katana. Let's make a deal. If nothing's changed since last season, just get it over with quickly, okay? Kang Yusong offered him. The man stood staring at him without uttering a single word. The wind was developing his hair. System notification. The trial begins. Block 2 base hits of the celestial demon. After saying that, the man drew his sword and prepared to attack. The battle has begun. Kang Yusong's eyes burned in anticipation of a powerful battle. At this second, the first strike of the heavenly demon with the 3-fingered sword occurs. It was a very powerful blow of such force that our protagonist could not stay on his feet and flew off to the side. He was very interested. However, he had been through this before, so he prepared to strike back. He immediately had to block a powerful counterattack. A new sword strike. Their weapons clashed, steel clinked, sparks flew in all directions. The old man noticed that our player's name was now different, whereupon he put his sword away. Yes, I have the title of Monarch Assassin. Did you kill the monarch? The old man interrogated him. Kang Yusong replied with a nod of his head that yes. Perhaps the ordeal is over, rejoiced the young man. Now I can summon you to swing your sword, right? Isn't that right? The hero extended his hand forward, as if expecting the old man's response. But suddenly, a vicious smirk appeared on that warrior's face. So you killed the monarch? He said in a demonic voice. You don't seem to like this information, Kang Yusong asked him and tensed up a little. The next second the old man bared his sword again, and the whole ground beneath our hero's feet trembled. He almost fell. He didn't realize what was happening, as if they were falling through somewhere. They were in some other dimension, and Kang Yusong realized that his affairs were very bad. The heavenly demon threw his punch, and Kang Yusong barely had time to block it. Show me how you wield a sword, the old man demanded of him. The young man didn't realize what was going on. The steel of the weapon made contact once more, and bright sparks lit up everything around them. He didn't understand why the ordeal continued. Perhaps this grandfather has fallen into a senile state? But the experienced warrior paid no heed to the words and continued to deliver blow after blow. Kang Yusong had no choice but to avoid these attacks. He appealed to the old man again and again to stop, because if this keeps up, he could kill him. The elder's eyes filled with a bright glow, and he reported that our hero's sword was still enchanted. It seems he killed the monarch with this very sword. If that's the case, he won't recognize Kang Yusong. The protagonist tensed up a lot. He didn't know what he should do next. But he didn't have time to think, because the old man's new attack was so powerful that Kang Yusong barely made it back. But that wasn't all. The elder said he would give him a different test, and the next second with a sharp kick of his foot he smashed the floor on which the protagonist was standing. The ground shook again, and rocks scattered in all directions. Another leg kick. Kang Yusong falls as if into an abyss and flies off to the side. For the time being, the young man smiled. He didn't understand why this old man had gotten this far. He was interested in settling the cause. Something strange began to happen to this old man. Some sort of bright purple glow appeared around him. You killed the monarch, the old man said in a stern voice. Perhaps the answer I so desperately seek I can find in you. After saying those words, the old man transformed into a beautiful young warrior and reached his hand forward to draw his weapon. At this moment, there was intense consternation on Kang Yusong's face. This was something he had absolutely not expected. Raising his weapon high up, the old man and now young warrior shouted loudly that it was his 3-fingered sword. Afterward, he motioned for Kang Yusong to stop him. The young warrior did not hide his surprise. But suddenly something strange happened. His enemy dropped his weapon. What did you do? Kang Yusong inquired. After pausing for a moment, the man opposite replied that he had spent his entire life wandering to find that warrior who would be able to overpower him. He searched for it day and night, but could not taste defeat until the very end. He didn't realize the point of losing, even as he looked death in the eye. After a while, old age caught up with him, but he never found the one he had been looking for all along. A man capable of defeating him. With a sharp movement of his hands, the old man sat down on a large rock and began to meditate. Is there such a warrior who can defeat me? He asked himself again and again. Warriors from all countries, empires, and continents bowed before his blade. And in that moment, he realized that everything was meaningless in front of the heavenly demon's blade. However, this is the first time he sees the man who killed the Lord in front of him now. At this moment, Kang Yusong was very surprised. A small piece broke off from his face like a shell. The experienced warrior wondered if Kang Yusong was different from the others, or if he would kill him just like everyone who came before him. He demanded an immediate response from Kang Yusong, but the young man was busy looking at his hands. His entire body began to be covered in some strange plaque that emitted a glow and caught his attention. He thought back to a time when he wanted to be a hero. All your battles with experienced warriors and countless monsters. The Hero King, a player named Kang Yusong. Alicia Celestine spoke of him very politely. He was as sweet and gentle as his heart was warm. However, he is a crybaby and a coward. He's like a spoiled child. When a comrade in arms dies, when a raid on a tower fails due to failed strategy and casualties occur, he sobs for a week without stopping, like a child. At the time, I was only listening to his repentance, Alicia continued. Meanwhile, more parts began to fly off of Kang Yusong's body. It was as if he was cleansing himself of some superfluous husk. The man demanded an answer from him. At this time, our young warrior was already lying in some huge ocean, right on the floor of this big cave. Suddenly, the man was surprised. Kang Yusong asked him what kind of answer he expected him to give. Like a monk, the young man realized. The meaning of defeat? What is the meaning of death or the meaning of life? The man asked him why he was still alive then. The saint also mentioned something like this. He remembered Alicia. Despite all this, he goes all the way, the girl continued. The gray-haired man looked at the young man with great curiosity. A woman's voice sounded in Kang Yusong's head. No matter how much pain, no matter how scary, no matter how many times he is broken apart, he continues to fight for the good of the world. In a moment, our warrior stood quite close to the one he had come to for this battle. They socialized as equals. A smirk appeared on the young man's face, and he uttered an important phrase. Even if it all turns out to be pointless at the end, as she told me at the time. Meaningless? The old man interrogated him. Kang Yusong laughed. You can only break what exists. That's the point. Isn't the principle of the heavenly demon's three-fingered sword similar to this concept? I met my end a long time ago, so you won't be able to break what's left now. The old man unsheathed his sword. It can't be. You say you're on the same level as me? Realize the pointlessness of it all. How can someone like you be a hero king? You seem to think I'm doing this out of a sense of duty, but what I'm doing is actually true meaninglessness. Kang Yusong answered him, and at this time, the tip of the old man's sharp sword was pointed in his direction. Saving the world has become commonplace, but we still go out of our way to do it. On the other side of the barricade are the crazies who are shooting at us from behind all their guns. The young man continued, Is there anything more pointless in the world? Indeed, agreed the old man, you're right. After which he hid his sword. I look forward to our next meeting. A system notification appeared. Player Kang Yusong was deemed worthy. Now that he had completely cleared away that strange plaque on his body, he had once again turned into a normal Kang Yusong. Does it really mean to be a hero? Now he could take advantage of the heavenly demon's true descent. As if after a powerful hallucination, Kang Yusong began to lose consciousness and collapsed on the floor. The black cat was concerned about her master's physical condition. After such a difficult experience, the young man became ill. Standing on top of his chest, the black cat yelled loudly, trying to figure out why the master was so weak. The young man replied that he was not weak. He was ranked #1 in the world top. Then why is he sick? The black cat interjected. Kang Yusong replied that he wasn't sick. He's just angry about those bastards. He showed the screen to his pet, which revealed correspondence on the forum about Saint Alicia revealing the identity of the Hero King. He clenched his teeth hard with great anger. Meanwhile, the black cat was already purring and yawning loudly. How will you go there, dear master, if such a tower does not yet exist? The cat asked him. The tower levels will rise as the season progresses, but even so, it will be at least a month away. Kang Yusong thought to himself. That was a good point. It's only March. Elevated towers do not appear in a specific country, but in a universal area. Once they are unlocked, I can enter any of them. I wonder if that level 7 tower I didn't go to is open. No sooner had he finished those words than he was immediately hit in the face by a large furry black paw. The cat declared that he wasn't going anywhere. Right now, in the pet's opinion, Kang Yusong would be best suited for the Orc tribe's tower, which had no seating area and no store. Kang Yusong immediately teleported into the tower. This tower is similar to the one I destroyed first this season. Kang Yusong remarked to himself. However, I'm not here for the loot, but to blow off steam and relax a bit. The young man drew his large magic sword and prepared to fight. Now he had the opportunity to summon the heavenly demon blade to his aid. Stupid characterizations of a stupid game add all sorts of useless suffixes and prefixes, Kang Yusong resented. He could now temporarily embody the divinity and power of a heavenly demon in his body. His skill allowed him to master some of that very old man's abilities. And he's entitled to keep that card until the entire season is over. His whole body was permeated with some new sensation. The system suggested that the heavenly demon's summoning was affecting his entire flesh. His side ached badly, and he grabbed his stomach. His mouth is bleeding. What was going on with him? In the next second, a huge energy vortex surged out, and he screamed loudly in searing pain. Had the old man tricked him, and now he would have to say goodbye to his life? But in the next second, the system reported that his body's vessel was ready to be adjusted. The young man held his head with his hand. It ached terribly. He began to slowly come to his senses. I can't believe that the power of the heavenly demon is now with me forever. However, he had received the blessing again and was now at peace. Is my body now being completely transformed by this power? He began to slowly come to his senses, a smile reappearing on his face. It seems to have been that transformation down to the very bones. He clenched his fist and felt the beauty of the new energy. After which, Kang Yusong raised his head and looked up from where the dim sunlight was coming from. On the surface were already waiting for him the same bloodthirsty orcs, who prepared their huge axes to fight with our hero. Suddenly the floor collapsed and access to the second floor was open. The next instant, a huge number of these green, scary monsters appeared in front of our hero, but that didn't scare him at all. After which he prepared to attack. Seems like it's time to test out your new upgrade. A moment later, Kang Yusong was already sitting on top of a huge pile of corpses of the very orcs that had recently attacked him. I now possess a third basic technique that was not included in the previous ones. He continued to look at the system screen for more details and characteristics about the new skill. Leaving this dark room, he didn't understand why this technique of the heavenly demon three-fingered sword wasn't available to him before. Kang Yusong continued to wonder how many more times he would be able to use this sword. He walked up to the huge door and now, when it opened, he would be able to go inside. At this time, the system reported that the synchronization process was in progress. What kind of fusion with a deposed sword lord is that? Such information greatly surprised Kang Yusong. At one time, he had already stopped the ritual when the very same plague lord suddenly appeared. Was the heavenly demon a lord as well? He once again recalled the words of the old man who, in the guise of a young warrior, had informed him that this was the first time he had met a mortal who had managed to kill a lord. Now it seemed to make sense why he reacted that way, because I had managed to kill someone equal to his strength. Kang Yusong continued his internal analysis. Suddenly a new system notification shocked him. Countless lords are silently watching him. Once inside this room, it was as if he had fallen into a void. At this time, the clown lord looked at him with his blank stare. Using the system's notification, the lord asked him why Kang Yusong was so serious. Somewhere high up on the ceiling, a bright source of white light appeared. All the while, Kang Yusong gradually walked up to the floor where the head boss was waiting for him. The huge monster replied that the time had come and rushed to attack. He ran towards our hero and shouted that he wanted to see entertainment before Kang Yusong died. But the young man had another plan, and in the next second, with a sharp swing of his sword, he chopped that huge green monster in half. Just then, a new notification appeared that he was able to defeat the big boss. Kang Yusong was very surprised at the true power of the heavenly demon sword that he now possessed. His eyes were filled with red, but something seems to have gone wrong. He got worried and started swearing. A sharp pain seized him. Had he overdone the third technique of that sword? Huge energy vortices began to swirl around him, scattering large cobblestones in all directions. My body can't match this skill yet, so the energy streams clash and feud with each other. A balance must be found, or this combination will tear me apart. The voice of a celestial demon appeared in his head, reminding him that everything in this world was meaningless. However, it was not important to Kang Yusong what the source of this power actually was. It belonged only to him now. After which, with tremendous force, Kang Yusong stabbed his sword into the ground. The stone floor began to crack, and huge cobblestones flew in all directions. Suddenly, everything calmed down dramatically, and a familiar smile appeared on our hero's face. It was the end of the tower raid. He held his phone in his hand and found himself in familiar surroundings in a familiar city. "Hello." Head of the PAK department, Kang Yusong called to his old acquaintance. "Is something wrong, my little hero king?" The man on the other end of the wire questioned him. "Perhaps you need help and you came running to your daddy?" As if mockingly, the man continued. The head of intelligence inquired as to what had happened. Kang Yusong replied that everything was fine, nothing serious had happened. He just needed a sparring partner for practice. The man continued to resent, since when did the National Intelligence Organization become the errand boy for the Hero King? Such words made Kang Yusong laugh a lot. He laughed out loud. However, the man and everyone behind him were very strict. They wanted to hear the terms of the deal. Kang Yusong replied that they would have complete freedom in what they would do, and on his part, he will use his skills and techniques of the new weapons. "I refuse to use artifacts and enhancements. Shadow Beast, my black cat, will also not be sparring." Kang Yusong replied decisively. These words encouraged the man. "Then what about weapons?" the intelligence representative asked him. Kang Yusong said they would find out everything now and showed them the map. In the next second, a great shock swept over everyone. Is that really what they're thinking? Like caustic acid, a green bubbling liquid began to appear on the ground right at their feet. In a second, the young man had his weapon in his hand, and he made no secret of his determination to use it. Suddenly, all these people realized the horror of what was happening, and cold sweat ran down their backs. It seemed to have reached them now that this was the same power that Kang Yusong had taken from Plague Lord earlier. As the guards standing nearby readied their guns, the man paused and asked Kang Yusong to answer one question. "Did you pass that exam?" Mr. Park asked him. In the next second, our protagonist laughed hard. "Of course, what kind of stupid question is that?" The young man replied. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief, and the head of intelligence realized that nothing serious was about to happen. However, he was greatly frightened. They were special dual blades infused with the poisonous energy of the Plague Lord. One of the many poisons used in these blades can be inflicted on an opponent once every 5 minutes. Kang Yusong urged all his friends to hit the road. "Like I said, I can only use blades and the heavenly demon's descent. Nothing else in my arsenal." The man raised his finger and said menacingly, "Yuzin, promise me something." "Let the boys die painlessly," the man said. He was well aware that everyone else was just an amusement for our hero. All these newbies won't even realize they're dead. A second later, Kang Yusong was already standing in some dilapidated temple in the setting evening sun. He gave the command that they would begin this battle as soon as the fireworks were set off. Turning to the warriors who hid behind the walls, he invited them to give their best. In a moment, those fireworks will take off and explode loudly. "I'll teach you quite a useful lesson today," Kang Yusong said with a wry smile. And as soon as there was a powerful explosion of fireworks, countless blades flew towards our hero at that very second. He was pounced upon by all the warriors who were hiding, but they didn't stand a chance. They were easily dealt with by our protagonist using his new blades. Anyone who flew toward him would immediately fall to the ground, forfeiting their lives. No matter how many swords were launched at him, Kang Yusong was able to easily repel those attacks, killing one opponent after another. He definitely liked what was going on. His experienced friend prepared to use a unique weapon-grabbing skill. In the next second, he collapsed with tremendous force onto Kang Yusong. "Do you think I'll fall for such a pathetic ruse?" the protagonist asked him. The man did not hide his joy, but suddenly something strange happened. Kang Yusong barely dodged those flying daggers. They changed their direction easily. Before he knew it, more players with their weapons appeared in the air, and flew at him from all sides. However, they did not pose any danger to Kang Yusong, and the protagonist, with great speed, moving in this space, was able to destroy each of them. One of the players present applied a special web, but Kang Yusong was able to take her down with ease. Suddenly, large-sized slabs of stone began to appear and were strung on each thread of the web. Kang Yusong moved quickly in this space, dodging various blows and the magic web. He smiled. I think they almost managed to get him. Taking a sharp leap, he flew high into the air and summoned his black friend to his aid. He didn't realize whose web it was or who was able to apply it. However, on the roof of one of the buildings, Kang Yusong noticed a student who was considered one of the best. He threw himself into the attack, but the young man only irritated Kang Yusong. He said he was very scared, after which he smiled. Now he offered our hero a one-on-one fight. However, the talented disciple had prepared something exceptional for Kang Yusong. The protagonist activated the Plague Lord's blades and smeared them with a special poison for the occasion. Suddenly, a huge energy jet flew towards the young man. Dual blades are twice as effective, Kang Yusong stated, after which he descended to the ground once more. It was a beautiful view. He enjoyed contemplating the huge moon in the sky. I think it's over. Is it really over? Shouted one of the men, trying to bring his friend to his senses. Squatting down, Kang Yusong laughed loudly. Are you guys really tired yet? He asked everyone present. The man opposite replied that they were already badly exhausted and no longer had the strength to fight. You've turned this place into a solid ruin, he added after some pause. The man asked Kang Yusong if he had ever thought about taking over the world. In response, the young man only smiled. I don't think I can do it, our hero replied. However, he suggested that we stop the unnecessary chatter because we still had to finish the tower and head back. Someone's confident step and loud voice woke up the multitude of young people on the floor. They woke up and didn't realize when they had time to die. I told you they wouldn't even notice, Kang Yusong smiled. Oh, thank you so much. Call on us again if you need to, his friend from intelligence replied to him. In the next second, a system notification appeared in front of Kang Yusong. The Tower of Alternate History awaits you, player Kang Yusong. The young man couldn't believe his eyes. Lieutenant General Kilgore needs your help, the system informed him. Is he really being asked for help by the general himself? It was sheer shamelessness. For a while he contemplated giving up, but there might be an invasion in that case. Without wasting any time, Kang Yusong began sorting through his cards. He's warmed up pretty good. It's time for the real battle. With a motion of his hand, he said goodbye to his friend and smilingly thanked everyone present for warming up, then teleported to another location. Our protagonist continued his interesting journey. Thank you for watching this video. Please like and subscribe to the channel to support the release of new episodes.